depois começou a terminar o resto do outro quarto.
Tô certo, né? Tô certo, né? Você tá baixo, né? Ele tá contado, né?
Nós somos um pouquinho embaixo, na verdade, não vai estourar as paradas para baixo. Alguma coisa vai estourar. Aí vem terminando de cima para baixo. Também não deu muita coisa também, muito besteira, tem muita coisa para limpar.
Em casa pediu já. Em casa tem pedido de também.
Não é besteira.
O cara não quer nascer, não quer. Não é isso, ó. Não, mas cara tem esse tem homem, né? Que lembrava. Vai. Mas te ajuda nesse ponto. Você arruma na cozinha e já vai passar a volta.
Eu tô pensando uma garagem muito grande.
E na garagem tem como você falar, parece uma barriga, né? Tá bom, vai.
Compra um aspiradorzinho de pó, passa lá, rapidinho as coisas, porque vassoura é legal, mas tem esse negócio que vai passar a vassoura na poeirada, cara. Acho que você vai comprar um aspiradorzinho pra mim, só vai passar o paninho.
Porque a vassoura só por volta, né?
O pessoal também a gente que é alérgico, vassoura, barreira muito.
Eu sou alérgica, ele é alérgico, então ele tá fazendo as coisas tudo assim. Roupa pisciana, e eu alérgica, eu sou alérgica pra caramba. No quarto
Mas é bom. Um quarto pequeno também. Bota logo uma cama king size, 2x2, que dá pra rolar uma cama king size. 2 por mês.
Comprar televisão de plástico, já colocou na parede,
Que filho, não tá eu, né?
ele fala, olha, eu vou realizar o sonho dele mesmo. Sabe, ele vai ter lugar de honra lá. Ele fica um tempo todo. Vai casar,
Eu vou em festa, ó. Duro pra quem pagar a festa é noiva, né? A noiva pela festa. É a noiva.
Mas geralmente quando assim, tá os dois, né, lutando pelo objetivo, os dois. A festa não é só.
Ou ele que tem conhecimento pra caramba, de festa, de som, essas coisas, os amigos dele. E ele é muito tranquilo, ele tem esse pensamento dele, cara. Chato.
E festa, na verdade, festa não é nem pra vocês. A festa é pros convidados.
Não, já fui.
Então ele deixa tudo na minha casa.
Tá certo.
Festa, mano.
Em vez de pensar em festa.
Quem gosta de mim vai lá comer um bolo,
Entendeu?
comer estrogonofezinho.
Na verdade, a gente
40
vai
anos agora
gastar
pra
em
mim,
festa, a gente vai gastar em festa, é uma viagem que vai fazer, eu vou passar uma semanazinha, você vai curtir, a festa é pros outros, geralmente tu faz festa, a pessoa sai falando muito.
Hoje não vai pra
Não volta a fazer festa.
E a gente está investindo tipo na casa.
Tá muito investindo com você, chegou cansado, pô, já gostou pra tu sentar, ver uma
Lá é
televisão,
bom pra caramba. Eu vou meu pai, sabe, assim, espaço ali, entendeu?
já faz o quarto lá pro seu pai, já.
A Vitorinha que entrou no quartinho lá e fez uma bateria. A Vitorinha foi gostosão. Meu pai gostou.
É possível a gente passar aquela pro outro lado, pra lá. Sim. Pro outro lado. Pra ficar do lado da porta.
É
Ali que as pessoas vão
daqui,
entrar,
né?
senão ela vai entrar.
Aí a volta.
Mas só peguei o ovo pra cá. Nunca peguei chegou pra você? Chegou agora. Só que está tudo bem. Eu vou ter 57. Não, eu pode coexistir com a atividade que você faz. Aí, aí no escola, tem gente que trabalha aqui. Faz essa postura. Acho que essa postura e a gente do próprio meio chamou de então, mas que preenchia ao tempo. Aí o outro lado do trabalho tem os dados, melhor, a renda depois vai fazer o trabalho, né?
Alô, cobre, já tem? Alô, tem? Porque tá aberto, né? Alô, alô, muito.
Nossa, que triste, né?
Tá aberto? Tá conversando e pega a luz, né?
É porque aqui eu não tenho a total visualização, eu costumo deixar realmente aberto. Vou deixar. E às vezes até de repente até eu nem fico aqui direto, eu tenho outras coisas pra fazer, eu gosto até de ver, por isso que eu costumo. S, som E, S2, testando som, microfone, quarto andar, E, S, S2, teste, beleza? Som alô, teste 2, 2, som S, S, 3, microfone, 2, S2, som, S, sem fio, 2, S, beleza? Tá aberto. S,
E.
esse.
Daí vem a pergunta. O assunto está na boca do povo. Com certeza, você já viu muita gente. A Copa do Mundo tá aí. Quer dizer, tá aqui. A maior competição esportiva do planeta, dessa vez acontece no Brasil. Bilhões de pessoas assistindo no mundo inteiro. Todos olhando para a nossa casa. Mas
E som, esse. 22, S2, testando. A. Shuri 2, Shuri, A, A, S, som. Esse som. Cara, o som daqui é horrível. Só me dá. esse, a. Esse som, a. Esse, e. Esse, e. Esse, e. Som, e. Som, e. Um, dois, alô, som, e. Desce. A, e. Som. Esse, a. Som, desce. Eptilus, esse.
Isso significa 100 vezes mais. 100 vezes mais. E a gente ainda tem que lembrar que o financiamento federal dos estádios...
esquerda contra a direita.
Alô? Bom dia a todos. Sejam bem-vindos.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our seminar, The Balance of the World Cup 2014. What's the game like? My name is Ana Luisa Silva. I am the National Coordinator of Clean Games. I'm here to introduce our seminar to you. This seminar is actually held by Jogos Limpos and coordinated by ethos Institute. We also have the Impact, which is the Institute of the Compact Against Slave Work. And we have our partners, the Institute of Human Rights and Business, ILO. As sponsors, we have Siemens. We have our institutional partners, Alcoa, CPFL, Vale, Natura and Walmart, and institutional support by Impacto, André Maggi, CNA, Cargill, Carrefour, Eletronorte, Eletrobras, Instituto Observatório Social, ILO, Pernambucanas, Repórter Brasil, and Walmart. And our special thanks to OAB for the area to host you on behalf of the Ethos Institute. We thank Felipe Santa Cruz that is actually granting the space for us to have this dialogue with everyone. Welcome. To make up our panel, I'd like to invite our distinguished speakers, our General Director, Jorge Abraão, our partner, Nicole Verillo, representing the management of Amarribo, Brazil. We have the honor of welcoming Secretary of Transparency and Control from the Federal District, Mr. Mauro Noleto. We have the honor of welcoming Mr. Sérgio Nogueira Abra, Secretary of Transparency and Prevention of Corruption of the General Attorney's Office of the Union. And also our partner Silvia Gonçalves, Aide of Public Policies of Atletas pelo Brasil, Athletes for Brazil. To make complete the panel, I'd like to invite Mr. Lino Gavioli, a compliance consultant from Siemens. We thus start our panel. I wish you all a very good and fruitful event.
Bem, bom dia a todas e todos aqui presentes.
Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be with all of you here on this day when we're going to tackle quite important agendas to us, to our country and our society. We have a panel, and I am going to play the role of the host, and I'm going to actually start by showing you this study conducted by the Jogos Limpos project, Killing Games project, coordinated by Ethos Institute, and that we have been showing on the transparency indicators on the states. I'd first like to start by saying that this agenda of integrity and transparency is very much related to the fight against corruption. It is important to any country. It addresses a fundamental issue for the making of a society, which is the level of trust we can establish. Our hopes of transformation that outline all the generations are very much related to the trust a society has amongst its various players, governments, companies, and citizens. The discredit or the lack of trust leads to great dissatisfaction and inevitably conflict. Hence, we handle many times with an intangible agenda, but which is fundamental for us to build and try to build a society that is a healthy society in Brazil. It is important for us to recognize that we have moved forward in this agenda. Without willing to exhaust the theme, I'd say we have some major cornerstones to highlight. The establishment of our CGU, our Controller's Office, being represented by Sergio. This has changed the relationship between the government and society. The establishment of the law of the portal of transparency, the law of access to information, the recent act of January, enacted in January this year, anti-business corruption, that makes companies liable in corruption acts, is a very important act for us to change this game towards actually moving forward in transparency, integrity, and fighting against corruption. This project, Clean Games, comes within the whole package to encourage transparency and integrity. The strategy has been the World Cup, the great investments brought by the World Cup, and this has turned into a beautiful opportunity for us to test the level of transparency. These investments that will be made in the World Games and the Olympic Games, and that was very good to test the level of transparency of cities and states that will host these games. All of that, we had very strong content project. I think it's quite rare. We were not able to find such similar experience in the world. There was nothing similar in the Olympic Games in the UK, neither in the World Cup in Germany or in Africa. The transparency levels, we are actually being able to advance or move forward in Brazil more than the rest of the world. And we have an expectation that this work, the UN Global Compact, actually expect that we can move forward, and the idea is that this project be taken to other large events, so that the World Cups in Russia and Qatar, the next Olympic Games, can incorporate part of the transparency that is embedded in these projects of the Clean Games. I'd like to move more directly into the presentation. I'm going to try to be brief, and I'm going to go over some slides that have been prepared, forgive me, more briefly, so that we can be more equitable in terms of time sharing with my panel members. And I'd like to go into the core topics, and obviously we're going to be able to elaborate on any further questions that you may wish to discuss. I am at this area where I cannot actually see, so I'm going to change my position.
Oi? Tá bom assim. Eu não vou andar tanto também.
I'm not going to move so much. And this project, Jogos Limpos, or Clean Games, if you don't know it, forgive me if I'm being repetitive for those who are familiar with the project. The name is Projeto Jogos Limpos, within and outside the stadiums. And this is the context that I brought up to you, the opportunity of the challenge that we have of benefiting from the investments, major investments, that the World Cup brings to us. Just very briefly, these are the goals of the project: transparency, integrity, and control, and social control, actually. It is linked to several strategies of collective actions with the public sector, the companies, the civil society, workers, and academia. And I think it is important to highlight the first part, to promote transparency, integrity, and social control. This is the great goal of this project. Today, we're going to talk about one of the strategies. Amongst the various strategies of the project, we have sector agreements engaging companies. These agreements actually involve sectoral areas, another level, public, private, private, public, and the transparency indices or indicators that we're going to talk about that, the compact for transparency, the social control tools, and mobilization. Each one of these items has been worked on over this project. The goals of the project, which actually are assessing the availability of information, whether we have the data available in the cities, in the state overall, if these data, if we have access to these data, if there is room in which these data are made available, a website where we can search the data that gathers all the information, that is a friendly relationship with the website, that it is not complicated for citizens. So this is a way for us to assess what we call level of transparency of cities and states. What is actually innovation in this process? It enables us to measure this transparency, public transparency of public administration. It translates these indicators that we have as fundamental pillars of the government's transparency. And as I said, we benefit from the large investments for the World Cup. Citizens, organizations, and companies may have access to that. Actually, that the project brings. What is behind this issue is how we can move forward in an encouragement to a culture of transparency in our country, to encourage the establishment of a culture that we don't have, many other societies don't either. It is an opportunity for us to encourage this culture that is behind the process of clean games. The methodology was actually using the law and legal frameworks that we already have. So we actually sought these laws and acts that already have been enacted in the country, such as access to information, laws of transparency portals, of tax accountability, and of public bidding processes. This is what actually was the basis of our questionnaire of 90 questions, so that we could have the right of obtaining such type of information. As I said, we have 90 indicators that are broken down into content, channels of information, mechanisms of participation, and assessment of transparency is performed based on, I think this is important, all these numbers. And now we're going to show you a ranking, and it's actually is based on whether the channels of information do exist, if they work well, if they provide all the required information, and if they enable social participation. These are the pillars of this process. Now we move into the indicators from this work, and with this back pain, we moved towards or through a large survey that generated these indicators, the transparency indicators were these. This is a chart that shows our request of information, the delivery of all the notices. We have actually resorted to the law. So we actually registered in all states the request for all the data, and these are actually the responses we managed to obtain. We've obtained responses from most states. We haven't had any responses from 3 states, Mato Grosso, Rio Grande do Norte, and Rio Grande do Sul. We were unable to register in a state, which is the state of Amazonas, which shows institutionality. So we start viewing the level of the relationship of the states with society, if they respond, if they are late in their response or not, if we cannot even ask for the information. So this actually outlines the environment and how transparent each one is, each state is. So moving to the final results, what the good news here on this chart is that the accent of the best states is from the northeast of Brazil. And supposedly, when we start such type of project, as we are used to reasoning in an economic viewpoint, above all, we should imagine that states such as São Paulo, Rio Grande de Janeiro, Rio Grande do Sul would be at the very front of this process. And it is quite interesting to note that Pernambuco and Ceará are the states with the highest level of transparency throughout the study we've conducted, and an average level, a degree of transparency. We have these states in yellow: Paraná, Bahia, São Paulo, Mato Grosso, and Minas Gerais. Low level of transparency: Rio de Janeiro, the Rios with very low transparency levels, and Amazonas has a very low level of transparency. As you can see from the previous chart, they have not even replied to our request for information. We could not even register our request. So if we compare the states, when we look at the study, I'd like to remind you, those of you who are here for the first time, we conducted the study in 2013 and repeating it in 2014. This enables us to have a reference for 2 years and a comparison between the 2 years. So what we observe in the chart overall is that all the states have improved except for one, which was Minas Gerais. Minas Gerais has been the only state that actually lagged behind in terms of transparency. This is due to the fact that Minas Gerais actually had disabled the COPA. It was a secretariat. They handled them with all the data of the World Cup in this secretariat office. It was a portal that we could access all the information, and the portal provided all the information to us, and the portal was disabled, switched off, and today we are unable to obtain such information once we search the data of Minas Gerais, and that has been a great loss. That's why Minas Gerais has actually lagged behind, had a drop from 1 year to the other. Another important aspect to highlight is the increase or the improvement in São Paulo, which has improved greatly, the city. And that is also owing to the fact that São Paulo has created a controller's office. It has created institutions so that we can follow the investments made the World Cup. It has improved the quality of information, and the score for São Paulo actually increased. And this reminds us to what happened to the cities in Brasilia. In Brasilia, if we compare to the cities, had a very low score and had great improvement when it was able to make the decision of defining and creating institutions so that they could respond to the society regarding investments made, etc. So the last point to be highlighted on this bar chart is the last one on the very end on the right, is the bar of the reference state, our being able to combine or gather in a fictitious state all the good practices, the best practices of all states in the country. The great message here is if we were to create a state and if we would take the best practices of the states, the existing and the knowledge already produced, we would be able to get to this score of 90, 89. Okay, let's say 90. Okay, will you let me? We would get the score of 90. That would be really cool. So we would be able to build knowledge to have a very high level of transparency, to have a political will to move forward in this process and actually making it happen. Just our repeating the best practices, identifying the best practices from the various states and incorporating them to our state. And that would enable us to move forward very much in this process. And here, I'm not going to go into details over this chart because you're going to receive the material later. Here we have, well, you go move more deeply into what actually made up that final score we referred to. You can detail the transparency indicators, the information, the different scores for availability of information, the various scores for participation. The three first strategies that I mentioned in the beginning to you, they have separate scores as a result of the 90 questions that were asked. They generated scores by themes, so to speak, and these themes and scores are actually mentioned here on this chart. This point I mentioned of June 2013, we launched the first version, and actually I've already mentioned to you that Pernambuco and Ceará were the states that were in the leadership or ranked the best. The ideal state with that score of 90, the comparative between states and cities. This is very nice for us to see, well, the reference city, when we took the 12 host cities, when we take them in 2012, the reference city would get a score 75, and 2013, 95, 94. The production of knowledge in the cities, well, the incorporation of processes in the cities has been greater than in the states. In the states, we perceived from one study to the other, well, practically a stability in the evolution of the reference city. No, showing that the knowledge generated in the cities was greater than in the States. I think I have already highlighted everything so that we can move forward quite well. I think I've gone beyond my time, but I think the messages that the study conveys are these points that I believe I have just addressed. Well, I will be available, all the members of Ethos Institute, and I'm coordinating this project, and everyone from Ethos will be here to clarify any questions you may have. Thank you very much for your time.
Bem, alô? Não. Aqui tá. Oi. Bem. Então agora.
So now, I would like to give the floor to Nicole Verillo. She is director of the Amarribo Brazil. She's in the board of directors. Amarribo has been a partner of a series of initiatives from the Ethos, and it's a great pleasure to have us here among us. Good morning to all of you. As Jorge said, I am Nicole from Amarribo Brazil, and I'm bringing to the Ethos Institute these points that I'm going to mention. On the basis of what Jorge presented, we have the continuity of what Jorge presented. In fact, we were provoked by the Ethos Institute to speak about what are the legacies, what would be the legacies of the World Cup as to the integrity and transparency and how this process was built up until now and the benefits that came to the population. And within the Amarribo Brazil, we made an exercise. We have Abrace, the Brazilian articulation against corruption and impunity, and another network with more than 200 organizations that do social control in their municipalities. And we put up these questions to these organizations so we could have a debate about it. What is your opinion? So I think we have a consensus. We know that Brazilians, both men and women, are a little apathic about the World Cup. And Jorge says very well when he speaks about transparency and the degree of trust of the population. These two issues are very much connected. So we started thinking, we are listening to so much criticism. A lot of them are not so well based or grounded, and some people act in this area. And what we felt about this demand is that it was very difficult for the population to have a concrete structure or a framework for their view. In fact, what is the total cost? What is the exemption, the fiscal exemption for FIFA? What are the actions? How was the bidding process and the hiring process? And we are discussing things about construction even after the World Cup. So we noticed that the first point was that the milestone of what is real is communication with the population. And there was a failure in this process. So there are many criticisms that could have been clarified if we had a more participatory process. And that's what we need. It's exactly this culture of transparency. So we had an evaluation of the cities, 2 evaluations, assessments with the cities. And these 2 assessments show that the methodology is correct and contributes to generate this degree of transparency in states and municipalities before the World Cup. If we create this culture of transparency, and even last week we had a debate about this with Mauricio, it's the structure of social control, greater and greater encouragement of social control and real participation from the population. It's not enough to have the information published if they're not really used. I'm sure that the example from Brasilia, it's very important in the city, and we had a degree from 14 to 67 points, if I'm not wrong. And it's an example. And is the population of Brasilia using this information? How do we encourage this use, the exercise of the social control, so that we can build together the public powers and the population can use it together and do it together? And how do we achieve this culture of transparency? And how do we build together this degree of trust? So when we assess, and we have other assessments to make after the World Cup, it's this failure, this apathy from the public. We have not seen many green and yellow flags or banners, not so much, and people sit at the bar and the restaurant, but they all say, we don't know exactly what's happening. I go in the portal, I don't understand very well what's happening. So we see that a greater process of communication and participation would have contributed to improve that. So now I'd like to reinforce or to reaffirm the project of the Ethos Institute was something very good. They were able to take the opportunity of this challenge of the World Cup, which brings challenges to the country, and get the issue of the sports and football, which is something that dignifies the country, and use that for the purpose of fighting corruption through transparency. I think this is very valid. It's something that was done in a strategic form. The Ethos Institute was in fact able to use this opportunity. It's this strategic form that must be done more and more at the public level, at the public power level. And this improvement in the assessments that I mentioned is the most relevant. The project really initiates a culture, and I think that I'm going to use some of the Jogos Limpos slides. And people started to ask, when will the next assessment happen? The project Jogos Limpos is coming to Rio, if I'm not wrong, for the Olympic Games. And people started asking, when will you have the next assessment? We cannot stop being assessed in order to keep our relationship with the civil society. And together with this, and in parallel with this successful Jogos Limpos project, the Rede FC, they are local organizations, began to get demands to implement the access to information and to bring the results. We are speaking about the host cities, and in the first year we had the Jogos Limpos, and the table in the first year was all red and was scary. It was a terrible score. And we were speaking about the host capitals. Imagine the smaller municipalities inside Piauí or Ceará, how it's going to happen. So in the perspective of thinking, well, we can never stop the assessment, the Jogos Limpos project must continue. So it was based on this that the Ethos Institute, together with Amaribo and other organizations, created the project of a transparent city. We have a logo that's being launched right now. It's a project that aims at the same thing as Jogos Limpos, the clean games, and it wants to evaluate the municipalities of Brazil. All of these indicators were adapted withdrawing the World Cup and focusing on management. And when we speak about transparency, we are not speaking only about budgetary transparency, but management. How are the councils, the public hearings, and the indicators have been adapted, and they are in a phase of test. We have a committee being formed for this project. Several partnerships have been formed. And the idea is to assess at the end of the year, after the elections, a greater number of cities and leave the capital cities. We don't have a defined number of cities. We said that all the capital cities would be evaluated in the first stage. Maybe we'll have other cities. It will depend on partnerships, resources, and other issues of the project, because we want to keep the credibility and the guarantee of this initiative. So we will launch next year, when the law of access to information is going to have its third anniversary. The first indicators, the first national evaluation will be a legacy of the project Jogos Limpos. So we want to have this transformation that happens in cities and states, that we want it to be made at the Brazil level, despite the fact that we have a limit to how many cities we can evaluate. But any journalist and citizen will be able to evaluate their city and use this tool. The idea is to work in a collaborative way, and that this is a way for social control for any citizen, and that we are able to implement this culture of transparency in Brazil. Maybe in a year or so, 5,500 municipalities will have that. It contributes for very basic information that today are not available at the state level or at the federal government either. And we want all of this to get to the municipalities so that we can contribute to the local government regarding the quality of life. We know that transparency is fundamental for that. So when we came to this panel to speak about legacy, it was very good to be recognized by the people who know this initiative. I think that Jogos Limpos brings a legacy from the World Cup. It's an initiative from the civil society, and it brings a very important data for this culture of transparency. And we want to stress that the committee has access to the civil society and also to the controller's office at the national level. And the Cidade Transparente is a legacy from Jogos Limpos, and it ends up being a legacy from the World Cup. We don't want to let this initiative die, because it's so important to the country at the level of transparency we have been discussing, and we want to guarantee that it will continue. It will be ongoing. We wanted to get to all the municipalities in Brazil, and now with Cidade Transparente, the transparent city, we want to do it everywhere. It's an initiative of the civil society. Amaribo Brazil evaluates this. The major legacies when we speak about transparency and integrity in the World Cup. We want to open this up even more. And when we listen to criticism where it's wrong or right, we must see that something was not going right up until now. So the criticism may be right, maybe the information or the process didn't achieve or didn't outreach to all the population. So we must work with the public power to increase this transparency and the social control. This level of transparency, even in Brasilia or in Natal or any other city, should be increased. And we want this culture of social control to advance more and more. Thank you very much. This is all for now.
Obrigado, Nicole.
Thank you, Nicole. This idea is very powerful if we are able to do after the World Cup, as Nicole mentioned, that the budgets may use these tools, and that the common citizen can verify what are the options that governments have in defining their budgets. Because to govern is to define priorities, and these priorities in most cases are defined by an economic point of view and budget point of view. If we can have a transparency in this process, we are able to have a map about where these resources are going, whether it's from the general viewpoint. And it's very difficult that the society has this today, and these tools will contribute for that, whether it is from the general point of view or from the point of view of the citizen who wants to know what is the investment that is being made in his school or hospital or district. These tools will be able to contribute for this transformation in culture, which is so important for our society. We hope we will achieve that. Now I would like to give the floor to Mauro Noleto. He is the Secretary of Transparency and Controller of the Federal District. He is here representing the Federal District because the Federal District became a case in our process, because the Federal District had in the first study, in the first research, a very, very low score. And this score, very low score, became the best score in the second research. It's the place where we had the best or the greatest increase in score in a 1 year period. So, as I said, there was a decision to advance in this agenda, and it will be very good to listen to Mauro on these issues. Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. Initially, I'd like to thank the organization of this event, the Institute Ethos, for the opportunity of coming here to discuss with you about this issue that brings so much responsibility to us, but also brings a lot of satisfaction to us, because at this moment we can render accounts of what the Federal District has been producing in terms of transparency and integrity, especially for the World Cup, but not only for that. The Secretariat of Transparency and Control from the Federal District has many other initiatives beyond the expenses with the World Cup. So we are very proud to know that the Institute Ethos is taking the case of Brasilia as a reference to deepen their own reflection and their own activity of social control that they are doing with this annual assessment. Well, I have some slides to present to you and to illustrate my presentation. I'm going to measure here to see if I'm not exceeding my time frame. Please. First of all, I would like to show in the following slide that the transparency is already a legacy of the World Cup. This is present in the speech of Jorge Abraão, Nicole, and I think it's true. The transparency is already a legacy. We can discuss the merit of the expenses, if it was necessary to do it or not, why did you spend so much, etc. But it's undeniable that today all the states, or most of them, and the whole cities, are forced to have, because of the popular pressure, the social pressure, they have to render accounts to the audience, to the public, what they spent, what they used in order to prepare this planetary event. It's not just any event. We're speaking about the largest, the event that gathers the greatest number of people in the world. So, first of all, I think we must stress this point. The transparency is already a legacy. And the case of Brasilia has been mentioned here, but I'd like to show it in detail. In 2012, we obtained 14.29 in the evaluation. So it's a score that you cannot pass the exams with 14.29, a very low degree of transparency. Of course, I could bring explanations. Why did it happen this or that way? Because in December 2012, when we concluded the assessment, the federal district already had the Secretariat of Transparency and Control that I am directing today, and therefore it should have a better result than this, but they didn't. At that time, we didn't have a specific portal for the World Cup. All the information were either in an internal environment of the management or spread around the general portal for transparency of the government. So the indicators that were measured generated this score. But we must say very briefly, I don't want to justify everything, that you may all recall the situation that Brasilia went through at the end of 2010 in previous governments. We had for 4 years 4 governors, and one of them was arrested. He spent months in jail, accused of illegal actions, very serious illegal actions in the administration. And public administration in 2011 was in a calamity state. So it was necessary to make a lot of effort to rebuild the instruments to render accounts, management, budget, finances, and this has shown the results only more recently, the excellent results we have collected under certain aspects more recently. So in the new research in 2013, we left for 1429 to 77.26, and the source of information and the detail you can obtain in the site of the Ethos Institute. So you must add something about this advancement. This advancement happened, first of all, because we created the portal of transparency only for the World Cup. But besides the portal, there was a political decision made to render account and give all the necessary information, to open up all the channels of information through ombudsman information to the citizens, site portals, interviews. The idea was to do not leave anything that could be challenged. So with this firm decision of the governor, I myself as a secretary, I called out a meeting when the people from the Institute got there with all the units that had any information about the World Cup. So we had the Secretary of Security, of works of the company Nova Capi, a construction building company, Terra Capi, the public company from where the money came for a great part of the works from the federal district. It's the real estate company of the federal district, and all of them were directly involved with the World Cup, and the military also, the people from the public security. And in time, or in a timely situation, they gave us the information, and the information was given to the Institute, and it was immediately enhanced with information that was set up in the site and the information about the World Cup. So we had the expectation of a better score than the first one. But then the first measurement of the Institute came with a space for us to respond. It was something I thought was very appropriate and very sensitive, very sensible. Many times the researcher would come and say, this information doesn't exist. We would say, well, it exists, but it's not here, it's somewhere else. And we would give the source, etc., and then we could improve our performance and obtain this score that we are very proud of. And as to the ranking of transparency of the cities last year, we got this point 77.26, but it's also necessary. And when I say that transparency is a legacy from the World Cup, in fact, it's not a specific legacy from the World Cup only. The World Cup was an inducer of the efficacy of legal frameworks or legal norms that have been enforced in Brazil since the Federal Constitution of 1988 that created the right to access to public information. In the Constitution, in Article 5, it has principles of fundamental rights forcing the Brazilian state in all of its dimensions and levels within the federation to guarantee the access to public information. But this right, a long time, has been materialized with new laws, the law for fiscal responsibility that broadens the information on the budgets, the 131 article that forced the states of the Union to have a portal with their financial information available and transparent, and more recently the access to the federal information. And in the federal district, we have also a law for the access to information that follows the same guidelines of the federal law. This was edited in 2012. There was a time when it had its rights suspended, but it's valid since April 2013. And it coincided with our efforts to broaden the transparency and to meet the needs completely, whatever the Ethos Institute demanded from us as accountability, accounts, rendering, and what was expended with public resources. Well, this is an example of the portal. It's the beginning of the transparency in the World Cup portal. We have information about the stadium, the works in the stadium. You will find there all the contracts, all the projects, all of the bidding processes, and also on urban mobility, tourism, security, and other actions. The pertinent legislation news that have come up, both the bad ones and the good ones, and links to complement this information. During the measurement, the Institute said, well, you have all this information, but I don't know where or where is the bill for the payment of the company Andrades Gutierrez that used so much concrete. Well, this is not there, but it's in the general portal of transparency of the federal district, and it goes to such a detail that if you know the official number of the company, and opening up the windows, you can get even to the bank order, to the money order that left the money, that withdrew the money from one account to another account. For any works in the federal district, we have this level of transparency and details. It goes from above, from the project, from the bidding, the execution of the contract, the authorization for payment, and then the payment with the bank order or money order or account that received this value in the federal district. I have 5 minutes. I still have 5 minutes. So there is also a hot site that was launched by the Secretariat of the World Cup. We must say that we have the transparency control, the internal control body that gives access to information and manages the access to information. But in the case of the World Cup, there is the World Cup. So when the World Cup is over, it's going to be disabled. So today we have the hot site about the touristic plan, the actions linked to the World Cup, the table of games. It's not rendering of accounts. This is done through the Transparency Secretariat. This is the one part of the portal about the Brazil in the World Cup. This slide shows that we have done work with great affinity with the controller's office of the union, and we also send our information to them, and they have their own portal of information, and we avoid having discrepancies or having some untrue information or something wrong in this information. But well, I don't have enough time. Maybe we can deepen these issues during the debate. But this is an issue that has been discussed in Brasilia, the building of the stadium Mané Garrincha, the most expensive, the most luxurious, the works were delayed, etc. Of course, I'm not here to say that the society cannot criticize, that the press cannot criticize, and that's how we are building the Brazilian democracy, full freedom to express your thoughts. But unfortunately, there is a contradiction. Some informations come from a unilateral aspect. So either people accept or not accept certain information without giving the authorities the right to contact, to respond to that. The cost of the stadium initially would be 600 million reais for 40,000 people, and it would get only 3 games from the World Cup and would not host the Confederations Cup. And this was negotiated with the Arruda management.
These changes were negotiated by FIFA itself, that demanded a different reality from the federal district. So if you can cope opening the Cup of the Confederations, you have to change the project. We cannot go on with this project. So the 40,000 project, you need to have 70,000 people in the stadium. So initially it was going to go through refurbishment. I don't know if you know Brazil, or if you've seen Mané Garrincha, or if you saw the previous Mané Garrincha, which was a stadium that was totally different from this reality we have today. Over its 36 years of history, Mané Garrincha, 36 years of history, about 300,000 people. The new Mané Garrincha has been here for a year. It's a new stadium. It was not actually restored or refurbished. So as people say that, it was actually rebuilding of that. It was actually totally demolished, and a new one was rebuilt with a totally different conception of what was there before. So indeed, it cost a lot of money. Nobody denies that. The project was very expensive. It was completed in 2 years and a half. We opened the stadium over a year ago, whilst many are still fighting to have it open. We have the stadium ready, and over this year, it has actually hosted 800,000 people over a year's period, to prove and demonstrate that Brasilia can actually host large sports event, cultural and artistic events, and that arena is an asset for the city, a new device that the city has to attract investments, events, and to actually start up a dynamic culture of tourism, sports, leisure, etc. So it's been a political decision to make the stadium the way it has been built. And it was a political decision to say that everything of the state, all the information of the state have to be disclosed, unveiled, informed, etc. And plus the Secretariat of Transparency and Control is responsible for internal control of administrative actions, just as all the agencies in the country that have their own control. In terms of the works of the stadium, there was a decision of transferring that internal control to the controller's office of the federal district. So there was an agreement of the executive secretariat secretary of the controller's office with the president of the account court, and they followed all the steps of the project from the bidding process. There was one for the stadium, one for the grass, for the ceiling, and for the scoreboard. So they had specific contracts, specific bidding processes, and they were detailed or carefully followed up by the controller's office. So the accounts court has on its website information on overpricing, etc. Some of those indicated of overpricing were corrected, and there were savings at such complex project. I don't know if you've been into such type of stadium. It's a very complex project with a lot of embedded technology and very difficult to inspect. It's not easy. The government had to actually have a bidding process to a consulting team to surveil or to inspect the project. So these are things that have been done. So there is no decision of our accounts court that is not immediately either observed or fulfilled or perhaps challenged and discussed in an environment of full institutional freedom and transparency. There is an article on Folha de São Paulo newspaper that I allow myself to question. I know my time is up. I would have much more to say. There is an article that seems to be slightly debatable when they say that the stadium would take over 1,000 years, 1,100 years to have the return on investment. So a billion so much was spent in our calculation, 1,400,000,000. Everything is there on the portal with all the invoices with Terra Camp in money. It was not from the budget. It was not from education, security. It was a public company that sells lots in the federal district, and for over 20 years was able to accumulate millionaire assets or equities. So they are unbelievable in terms of richness. And the government carried out the project without running into indebtedness, without actually having to raise a cent to do that, without any PPPs. Everything has been paid for and paid, built, but 1,000 years to be paid off. It's very primary. The reporter actually calculated the ticket or the box office. So with those prices, so you're going to make account of that for the Museum of Image and Sound here in Copacabana. How long it is going to pay off? Are you going to make or calculate the box office the years, the stadium? So we have a research institution at the University of São Paulo talked about employment generation, increase in the production chain only in the Confederations Cup. So how do you measure, how do you assess the return on such large project and the new conditions that are provided by it? So perhaps under debate we can go further onto that point. And the last slide that I'm going to show here is there are many things related to the project of the stadium that have been delivered to the stadium. So improvement of the airport, well, paving, urban mobility, 400 kilometers of bike lanes, BRTs, public electric power. So we had a chaos there. So our power company was bankrupt. So they could actually make investments to actually build 7 transmission lines, and we built the last substation to provide full supply to the state. So there was huge effort made, many investments, and actually the cost is not the cost of the stadium, much greater, that has been already paid off because these funds have been paid for and the project has been delivered and the benefits will be reaped by the population. I apologize for taking so long and I'll be open to any questions you may have later. Hello. Well, I believe that we realize that many times this experience that the federal district has had, that is that many times the data do exist and the idea of actually organizing and making available, many times it's not a creation project. There is this organization process. He talked about gathering several segments of the government to make information available, and many times it is this combination of organization and creation that provide great speed to a process that already exists, and sometimes we don't even realize that it would be an opportunity of making that available. So I'll leave this idea that the federal district was able to have much greater speed and how it is possible in a short period of time for us to move forward in this agenda. Now I'd like to give the floor to Sergio Seabra, who is from the Controller's Office of our country. The CGU, it's a control's office, is a cornerstone in our country to actually switch the culture of transparency. Since it was established in 2003, we should recognize that change process started that allow this transparency to come from the federal government and somehow step forward towards the states and cities of the country, but above all with this idea of availability of information. The Controller's Office has had a period in which it starts viewing strong relationship with Ethos Institute because it starts having the eyes geared to companies as partners in this process of fighting against corruption, and joint actions become somehow start being adopted actually, so that we can work in a structured way over all these issues. One of the initiatives that came about in this relationship was the setting up of a registry of pro-etica. Well, it's let's say a credit registry for companies. So there is a large questionnaire that the companies answer, and from that they can be identified as companies that are part of this registry called Proetica. It brings to the companies the opportunity of making visible, of bringing a clear commitment to this agenda, and CGU, or the Controller's Office, Ethos, and several organizations encourage this process very much. The Controller's Office has been a member of the committee of the Clean Games, and now I'd like to give the floor to Sergio. So Sergio, please, I'd like you to share your presentation with us now. Good morning, everyone. I would first like to thank for the reference made by Professor Jorge Abrão, and I'd like to greet all my colleagues at the panel, and on behalf of the Minister Jorge Abrão and Head Minister of our Ministry and our Controller's Office, I'd like to greet everyone present here. I'm going to start my presentation starting from two statements that have been made by Mr. Jorge Abrão, that actually fighting corruption is not something that we can do on our own. It's something that we have been doing for a long time, but we have inserted that on our motto, our strategy, that we are, as an anti-corruption agency of the government, we're just one player in this process of fighting against corruption. It's a hard battle and endless. It never ends. Not only here in Brazil, as in any other country. We're fully convinced that to face corruption, we need the engagement and participation of the government, of society, of the citizens and organized civil society, as Mr. Jorge actually remembered or reminded us. Jorge Abrão, he said, once the companies adopt in their attitude, their modus operandi, ethical values, this has a very great multiplying power throughout its business network, throughout its business partners, with great positive results, not only for the companies themselves, but the market becomes more competitive. It awards efficiency, and when the market awards efficiency, all the society is benefited. So citizens have access to products and services that are better, cheaper, and of better quality. And second item that was mentioned before that I'm going to actually use for my comments was actually something mentioned by Mr. Mauro Noleto that reminded us of the fact that transparency is not a legacy that is specific of the World Cup. We cannot say that the transparency is coming about because of the World Cup. This has been an effort the government has been endeavoring for a long time. So we have the transparency portal launched by the federal government in 2004. So they introduced this portal, and from then on, several other actions and measures were started geared to providing more transparency of the federal government. For example, the active access to information that was actually put in effect, enforced in 2012, and it's been used as a very useful instrument for society, for the citizens, organized civil society, and for journalists to obtain information that they consider necessary to follow towards proposing improvements in the quality of public management, and even actually, for example, a trace of something illicit that is being checked. What we can say regarding the World Games, regarding transparency, I can say that this consolidation, this facilitation of means by which citizens can obtain information regarding the World Cup. So we have specific transparency portals there. So citizens there can obtain all the information regarding those events from the matrix of responsibility, who's responsible for what are the great construction projects that are going to be carried out, investments made, who is responsible, what was budget, who has been involved, what were the contracts that were actually signed. People can have access to contracts that were signed, price spreadsheets, and if we don't have that for the World Cup, very likely citizens can obtain the information by requesting. So in terms of legacy of the World Cup, I think it's been this facilitation for citizens via transparency mechanisms, many of them already existing, as Mr. Mauro Noleto mentioned, of information so that citizens can easily access information that they require. And there is a specific structure of governance to manage the World Cup. When I say the World Cup, everything related to it, human rights, the management itself, infrastructure, but there is something that is very specific that was addressed within these management committees, which was transparency. It's important to mention that we created the transparency chamber of the World Cup that has been a forum that has enabled debate and the construction of themes and measures quite important to provide even further transparency to the World Cup. What do we need to provide? What is society requesting? What has not yet been done that could be done? And these debates were held. We had several debates, many meetings at the chamber in all host cities, with an important aspect with encouragement to popular or participation, the creation of forum public hearings so that citizens can also participate and follow all the initiatives regarding the World Cup. And as we say, transparency there's a saying that says so that the sunlight is the best disinfectant. Perhaps one more effective weapons to fight corruption is transparency. You transfer to society as a whole, not only control agencies, the ability to control. When transparency is restricted, only control agencies that are acting only sometimes by sampling within a small scope. They can actually detect something that is illegal. So when we provide transparency, any citizen can actually go in there and question a certain expenditure. This is quite clear and known. Well, I actually went through this experience. I took the most popular newspapers and magazines, and I sought articles where there are questions or challenges to public resource use. And what drew my attention was quite good to see that almost all articles journalists obtained data obtained via portal of transparency or via the law of access regarding access to information. So this to actually enforce a democratic regime is fantastic. As Mr. Mariano later mentioned, it's many times there are unilateral relationships. Sometimes the public power does not have the same speed to provide the response. Well, never mind. This is the burden of a democracy. Transparency is that. We don't have any other way. Victor Hugo, the philosopher, said nothing more powerful than an idea that arrives at the right time. This idea is transparency. It's happening throughout the world. Countries that try to restrict transparency are suffering with demonstrations that are quite violent, etc. No use, no army can fight against that. So I have no doubts that this has arrived at the right time in a timely fashion. We have moved forward quite a lot. I took great part of my time. I've exhausted it. I'm going to start my slides now, just very briefly, even though my time is up.
Passando. Você pode passar por mim? Tá. Bom,
So, there is another point regarding the legacy of the World Cup, regarding the transparency and legality, and I haven't shown it here, but it's quite relevant. We are leaving a legacy in terms of integrity and transparency, not only for the country, but to the whole world. Quite recently, well, actually, it was last year, the UN, the ODC, actually, they drafted a manual for countries that wish to host large events, a manual with a checklist, a handbook with risk analysis as how to safeguard against corruption that can actually happen over these large events. They are prone to corruption, how they can mitigate these events. And this handbook, or well, what surprised me, that's actually the UNODC. You can easily download that on the web. You just put the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, safeguarding guide to protect large events. You can get it downloaded on PDF. And it actually says that most measures that are necessary to mitigate risk. It mentions an example in Brazil on the portal of transparency devoted to the World Cup, the governance model via the matrix of responsibility of the theme chambers, etc. This is quite important because it activates what we call accountability, which is actually the population being aware of who is accountable for what. And based on that, you can actually demand and actually claim your rights. What Mauro Leto mentioned is that we're not discussing the merit, whether we should have done this or that, if that is expensive or cheap or not. And what we're discussing here is that population has instruments to question and challenge that. Perhaps at least, well, the population knows what has been done for how much and who's accountable for that. Federal government, state government, local government, what agency of these governments? And this, in terms of good practices of good governance, is one of the conditions sine qua non for you, that is to have a list of those that are accountable for what. And another aspect he mentioned was the ability and the need of coordination between the various agencies fighting corruption. In Brazil, so since we had the beginning of debates on the World Cup, our controller's office held several meetings and set up partnerships with our accounts court, with our public attorney's office, and our public attorney's offices on a state level. So they created a work team that is specific one to actually discussing the World Cup. We've been discussing that actively, and that enabled the collaboration that is quite effective between all these agencies. Obviously, respecting the hierarchy level of each one of these agencies, and well, we actually added efforts without actually having a redundant aspect to efforts, etc. So we had a great project regarding that. So we had a recommendation right in the beginning that's most effective when we provide that right in the beginning of the understanding, because there is possibility and time so that the public agency can make the adjustments and avoid certain irregular procedure overpricing to be effective. So after the stadium is built, you identify, you carry out an audit process, and you identify overpricing. So there's a court procedure that is started. That might take a long time. But when you detect that beforehand and make timely recommendations, so this bidding process is overpriced. So there's no need for that. So perhaps underpriced. That happened in some audit procedures that we carried out. So we had certain underpriced bidding processes. Well, this is not so big, so small. Well, further ahead, they remember that certain aspects should have been considered, and many times it becomes very difficult, even impossible, to do what should have been done earlier on without greater losses. So basically, if I were to take or limit or take first the two first themes that we had our controls office acting on were the audit departments of the states and actually the stadiums, and fostering access to information and transparency. Obviously, without mentioning the direct participation that we had of the theme chambers, as we call them, of these work groups with the control agencies, dialogue with the civil society. To sum up, in two major topics, we had the audit procedures and transparency regarding access to information. Audits, well, actually, I believe the great point or crucial point of effectiveness of the audits that they were carried out right in the beginning when government agencies were beginning to sign the contracts for the arenas. At that time, we were able to check fragility and basic processes. They were bidding without having a project that would be a minimum guide so that a company could actually send a quote and, if possible, establish and identify what actually would be done and contracted so that we could know whether the contract would be good priced or well priced. We checked the projects, the quality of the projects, whether they had minimum necessary elements so that we could get to a fair competition, so that the companies themselves could know what was going to be done and they could actually quote in a realistic fashion. Over the years I've been working with audit, we realized that great causes of overpricing, price gouging, etc., starts from the origin, basic projects that are poorly planned. And then we have the famous price gougings, recontracts, everything justified because that is already required, but that should have been thought about in the origin or from the very beginning. And another focus of our project was price, where the prices quoted were within the prices or within market prices, actually. So this chart shows a summary of what we found in the beginning of the works in the audits of the stadiums. We've audited 3 stadiums, Maracanã, Arena Stadium in Manaus, the Amazon, and Cuiabá. And approximately 2 billion were analyzed in these 3 stadiums at the time. These were the values at the time.
We found in this work in Minas Gerais budgets that were overpriced, prices and quantities that were over-dimensioned or over assessed, and also quantities that were extremely above the level, and techniques and services that were also super dimensioned. If you could execute a certain kind of service, and an analysis, a technical analysis would say, well, it's not necessary to carry out this kind of service, like the types of foundations, and they would budget the highest priced foundations, and then the technical analysis would say, no, we don't need this kind of foundation. Another kind that's much cheaper will do. So we had a discussion with the government organizations, and so that they made an adjustment, and we would come to an ideal project with the realistic costs. In the slide we show the specific case of each one. I'm going to make these slides available to you so you can have an overview of what happened in each one of them. This is the Stadium Maracanã. The initial project had an overpricing of 100, I can't see it very well, 175 million. It was right at the beginning of the Maracanã project. After that, there were several interactions with the managers and several technical evaluations, and the work was done practically together with the accounting tribunal of the union, in partnership with them. And so they decided to have a lower price, and that would need adjustment between the government, the local government, and the contractors, the contracting companies, the building companies. Here in the Amazon, the Arena Amazon, the Arena Pantanal, the stadium in the Pantanal, in Cuiabá, this case is an interesting case because it was a project we analyzed where we didn't find many great problems. We didn't find overpricing, and we noticed that one of the reasons for that was that the local inspection that was carried out at the local level was very efficient, very active, and this helped a lot with the fact that we didn't find any serious problems in this execution of the works. This was during the beginning of our audits. Here we also have the results from the analysis of the project of urban mobility. We had 6 million analyzed, the projects for BRT, monorails, and other for transportation. And this work had as a result the need for adjustments from the local government so that they could equalize the economic and financial possibilities of this project. There was also the need for a reanalysis of the project regarding the integration of these projects of urban mobility. The initial reports we made with a lot of interaction with the managers, the review of costs of all the projects and equipment and of the system gave us a reduction of approximately 10 million reais. So there were several. It was a preventive audit, an a priori audit right at the very beginning that allowed us to have the adjustments that for sure prevented many problems in the execution of such works. This table illustrates some of the milestones in the slides of the World Cup, the decree that created the portal for transparency of the World Cup, the other law that determined that, the structure, the executive committee of the World Cup, and the responsibility matrix. And finally, the law of access to information. And one interesting thing within these portals of the CGU is that there is a possibility for any citizen to give their email and to register, and all the resources that are transferred to his city or her city are automatically sent to their email. They say, your city just got 10 million to do this or that work in your city. So if you need any other information, please use this link, and then you have access to all the information. Well, I would have a lot more to tell you. This is an issue that is very rich and full of nuances, subtleties, but I would like to stress finally the creation of the Anti-Corruption Act that was enforced on the 29th of January this year, and it places responsibility on the companies against corruption in government works, and we are waiting to regulate this law, besides having a lot of punishment against the companies that use this kind of corruption. It also encourages companies to adopt mechanisms of integrity, ethics, and anti-corruption mechanisms. So all of this within the scenario that I just showed you helps to create this market, and this market that for sure will try to award the efficiency much more than political connections or corruption. So the companies that will really bet or bet in impunity will lose. It's better to invest in ethics and transparency. And that's, well, with these words, I'd like to conclude here. Thank you very much.
Obrigado, Sérgio.
Thank you, Sergio, very much. Now I'll give the floor to Silvia Gonçalves. She is the Assistant of Public Policies of Atletas in Brazil. I would like Silvia and Lino to be very short on their presentation, so that we may have a little time for a few questions for the audience who is here today. I think this is very important too. So Silvia is from Atletas through Brazil. It's Atletas pelo Brasil is an organization that has been a partner in many initiatives under the viewpoint of transparency. We came together in the commitments with mayors. They undertook commitments, and Ethos took the agenda of transparency, and Atletas took also the agenda of the master plan for the city, and Atletas pelo Brasil gave us the agenda for the sports in Brazil. So Sylvia, please, I'd like to thank Ethos and for inviting us. I'm going to use the other microphone, which is better. Our agenda is sports, so we are going to speak about some initiatives of our NGO related to transparency in sports. First of all, I'd like to present our organization here. You all know the ethos, you know CGU, but you I think you don't know Atletas pelo Brasil. It's an organization. It's a non-profit organization that puts together an initiative with athletes and former athletes of different generations for the improvement of sports and for social advancements in the country. These are we have 61 associated athletes. The number one is our president, and the yellow ones are in our board of directors. What do? We promote the awareness and mobilization for the improvement of a sports policy at the national level. I can't read it from here, so I'm going to stand up. So what we do, we promote the awareness for the improvement of national sports, developing the policies for health and formation of values. The area of action. These are our areas of action. Today I'm going to speak about the influence on sports policies because our agenda of transparency is that. But we also do generation of knowledge and mobilization and communication. These are our goals presented to the federal government as a legacy of mega events that they could leave for the society. So the increase of physical activity to double the physical activity in the country, sports and quality in the schools, 100% of schools with quality sports. We had access to researchers that say that 80% of the public schools do not have even a sports field or teachers for physical education. So we have to advance a lot on that. And review the national system of sports in Brazil. We almost have none of this. We are fighting to have a structuring of the sports in Brazil, but we don't know what's the division of competence in the politics of the country. This is not written anywhere. So now, as to the transparency, we were very successful in the federal advocacy. We were able to approve MP 620, which speaks about transparency and good governance in the management of sports and distribution of public resources. We altered the Act Pelé that speaks about sports, but what you need to know that was changed is that now all the sports organizations need to have a mandate of 4 years, renewable for another 4 years. Renewable in order to get public resources, and they need to have the participation of athletes in the management of the organization, of the COB, of COI, and the federations and confederations, and also transparency. That's the point. Transparency in the accounts. If you want to get public resources, you must adapt your bylaws so that you are transparent as the model of the NGOs and other OCPs, the other kinds of organizations. We must comply with a series of requirements of transparency in our accounts in order to get public resources. And this did not happen with sports organizations. So to pass this law was a great advancement in this country. This is everything that was changed in the law, okay? I'm going to go very fast. Besides this initiative of increase in the law, we also work with an initiative of sports in the city. We have a project that includes the integrity in the public management of sports in the municipalities, because we could see that there were problems in the municipalities. Sports in general, in fact, had almost nothing. So how can you have a public sports policy in the city? It's based on what? Not even in socioeconomic indicators. There is no monitoring of what there is in terms of sports in the city. So we developed this project called the Sports Cities. It started with a signing of a term of commitment. We started by signing the term of commitment, and Jogos Limpos worked with us. We went through 12 cities, taking this commitment for mayors to sign when they were still candidates. So they committed not only to our program, but with the program Jogos Limpos, and also with the Sustainable Networks program. In this program, we demand the goals that we presented to the federal government as a legacy, the improvement of the sports and the physical activity in the city. So we developed a matrix for indicators. It's in fact a questionnaire so that we can measure the reality of access to sports in the cities. There is nothing that gives us these indicators. The cities do not monitor. The sports continue to be the ugly little duck. You know, we need to, this is left aside. We don't understand sports as an integrated policy of education and health. So it's very difficult for us. After the signing of the term of commitment, we distributed this questionnaire in the city. We asked the mayor to appoint an articulator or a liaison in each city so that he could answer this questionnaire, and this questionnaire will be used as the 0 point of the cities regarding sports. So what does this questionnaire has? Context information that you can find in national researches, information that you can find in SUS, in PENS, in Vigitel, but even though the municipal government does not take this into consideration to build municipal policy. So we wanted to have all the information that influence the sports in the cities. Also, we needed institutionality and resources. We have a municipal council of sports that was approved. We need also infrastructure and equipment for sports in the cities, programs, projects, and practices in the cities. So we will start with the 0 point in the cities, and from then on we will make a diagnosis of the improvement of sports in a city, and that's where public policies enter. The advocacy is based on this 0 milestone. So what can we improve? What can we change? Are all the municipalities being assisted? All the regions? So we think it's important also to disseminate what the municipalities have done that are good and that serve as a bank or database for other municipalities. Our program functions this way. We are 3 people in charge of the program in the cities. Myself, Silva, I'm in charge of Rio, Belo Horizonte, Cuiabá, and Manaus. We have another 2 people in charge of the host cities. It's very interesting because I'm the only one who gets different regions in the country. I get southeast, center, and north. So for me, this was very good because I travel to all of these places and I learn about the reality of sports in these areas. That's why we split up the program in 3 parts, and with these cities we can work in these different regions. You know, how's the program right now? We had a political networking in the municipalities through questionnaire. However, the questionnaire was very badly answered. The information we cannot validate. We don't even know if the local government would validate. Now we're going to another 12 cities now. We have postponed the report, and we're going to take a lecture about sports to bring awareness about the importance of sports. And we intend to publish the first annual report at the end of this year, in November. This is our governance at the Jogos Olímpicos, the executive committee that gave us important. This is the governance committee, and I'd like to bring to you some of the results we found in the cities, so that you see how the sports are not seen as an essential public policy. So this is a preview of what you will find in the report. I think it's important that we bring something to you at this moment. 10 of the 11 municipalities that answered the questionnaire, because up until now, Belo Horizonte had not answered anything. There is a municipal secretariat with the main goal of dealing with sports. In some of the host cities, we don't even have a department or secretariat of sports. And the total budget executed by the responsible organ corresponded to only 0.38% of the budget of the total executed in the participating municipalities, and the largest one was 0.64%. 44% of the municipalities, 0.4 of the municipalities have a sports council that is active, and a municipal fund for sports approved in the local legislation. There is a difficulty in obtaining the data, as well as public policies integrated involving sports are new. We lack in proposals and goals for the sports legacy, and there's a need for coordination of a national system of municipal information. This is what we want to have through the questionnaire. What's important to monitor? It will be the basis to build public policies. We have difficulties in the cities to formulate actions, especially by the absence of definition of competence among municipalities, state, and union. Need for legislation that will define a national system of sport. They apply half of their budget in the preparation of competition. And what about the other? So this is difficult because we don't have all the specific data. Here I bring some data so you understand why the sports must be an integrated policy. The population is becoming more and more overweight and obese. These are the data of Digital, and 33.5% only do the activity recommended by the WHO, and 41.5% are totally, 14.9% are totally inactive. I would like to know from you, who considers yourself to be inactive or active? Within what the WHO recommends, the medium, who is active within this demand from the WHO? This was a research done by Nike. They have a program called Move. They are our partners. They have this very new study, and we have scary data. 6% of drop in the physical activity, and 12 billion spent in health in the country. 5.3 million deaths from inactivity in the world per year. The first generation will live less than their parents. We think that we are living longer with the discoveries of science, but the technology is making us more inactive. And the research from Nike, for a series of data that they use, concluded that the generation that is 10, 11 years old today will live 5 years less than their parents. Very quickly, these are the partners. My time is over. It's important to mention who supports the NGOs. These are our partners, and they keep us, they maintain us through the law that gives incentive to sports. And these are our strategic partners. Many of us has helped us in the struggle in Brasilia to approve the law that we were defending. That's it. Thank you very much. Well, right now, I'm going to give the floor to Lino Gavioli. He is consultant of compliance from Siemens. Siemens Integrity Initiative is the one that funds this project, Jogos Limpos, the clean games. And it's interesting to mention to you that what draws my attention is that when we have some meetings with Siemens, Sabine and Lino many times participate in these meetings, and they start out their speech by saying Siemens was strongly involved in corruption for some time, and these corruption acts led Siemens to have a very high fine, a billionaire fine. And this made the company create a system, a compliance system, a very strong one. And before that, part of this fine went to a fund, was given to a fund that is managed together with the World Bank. And this initiative defines projects all over the world, and the fund funds projects all over the world in dozens of countries, projects of transparency and integrity and combat to corruption. This compliance project is one of the projects that is funded under this line of transparency and combat to corruption. So I'd like to give the floor to Lino Gavioli. He is a consultant of compliance in Siemens, and based on this episode, he created a system of compliance in his company that is considered as one of the most advanced systems in the world, and has served as a strong inspiration for this moment when in the country the companies are trying to improve their work of compliance. Lino, thank you. I thank you, Jorge Abram. I thank Ethos represented by Caio and Marina. I'm not going to extend myself too much. Otherwise, I'm going to be caught here. But the idea is to speak a little bit about what happened, and what is happening. Corruption is not something new. Corruption in these 514 years of Brazil, we still have, and we will still have. It's not something new. The new thing is investigating. The new aspect is this. Now there is discussion, investigation. That's great. We never lived in 514 years. We never had such a democratic stability. I'm going to forget about black blocs, but the popular movement is excellent. Means that we are not conformed. If you put sand within a vase, it conforms to the situation. We are not conformed. We want a different situation. We want something better for our country, and this is our line of action. This is an incredible advancement. The presence of you here, I'm very happy. Your presence here means that there is a great interest in this issue. It's not only this. Media says that that there is assault and death. It's true, but they are now mentioning a lot more about corruption, the incentives, what Brazil is doing. This is happening by our personal initiative. Big Brother would not be in Global for so many years if people were not connected to that channel every night. It would be out of the air. I'm just giving you example just to show you our strength. What is happening in Brazil is our strength. So the implement of the CGU, the law 2846 that is happening, that is the Anti-Corruption Act, and the initiatives are not initiatives. They are really terminating. They are in process. They are terminating with the corruption because. Now, for the despair of our hosts, I'm going to the Italian. I'm an Italian, and so I speak more than my own mouth. I prepared 72 slides, something simple and quick, but it's just to mention the Siemens and the initiative of the Siemens and what they have been doing. Just mention the Ethos. We've been partners with Ethos for a long time. Ethos has partnerships with many other organizations, and not only with the Ethos, but with the government. We were one of the first companies to be able to get the Pro Ethics seal. But just to fill the questionnaire, you have to have a very deep reflection. The problem is that it's still restricted to very large companies. If you get the Pro Ethics seal, it is still looking at very few companies, but we must look at all. In fact, we have many. We must proliferate the few ones that are there, but they were able to, the seal, great.
But of the 17 that we have there, well, we should actually, instead of 17, we should have 1,700. It's a lot. And one of the things that we've done was to put within the PNQ criterion some compliance requirements. You're going to have not a ninth criterion, so you have the 8 criteria. So I did it. So I have to actually show that I have actually done that. So and companies actually compete, and this positive competition of companies means being aligned within the compliance programs. We talked to chambers of commerce, Brazil, Germany, Brazil, United States. They actually share a lot of information. Jorge Abrão mentioned, well, you have a great compliance program. True. When we look at what we did, not Siemens, but Brazil, what we did on our rear view mirror, well, we made great headway indeed. Well, there is still a lot to be viewed. When you look at your windscreen, well, there's an ocean right ahead of us, and we're open to that. Well, Siemens, we Brazilians have a long way to go. So let's talk about colleges. Okay, you're crazy. One day, half day to go to talk to colleges. Let's go to several universities and colleges. So we have a project not to work only in universities, but also middle schools. But they're not your employees. They'll maybe never be. But I'm not talking about employees. I'm talking to Brazilians. That's it. Well, you within the 70, 80 in the classroom, maybe you can change a little thing, a mindset here or there. 10% of them, great. I'm winning. So I have more people buying in. So the change is not actually switching on and off our lights. It is good for us to be in a hurry, great. It's good for us not to actually lay back and give in. The change is a cultural one. It comes over time. So I have to congratulate Ethos Institute for the project on what it has been doing in Brazil, because it is actually one of the drivers for us to do what we actually need to do. But James, we're going to talk to Walmart. What is Siemens going to talk about to Walmart? What does Walmart have to do with Siemens? Nothing. Everything. There's no Nothing regarding market product, but regarding ethics within its company, its companies. What can we do? What can we add? Okay, let's share, let's exchange. Okay, talking to customers, what we called our customers, our vendors, our business partners. First time we called vendors, it was interesting because they were there and asked us, what do you want this time? Nothing. How much discount do you want? No, we don't want a discount. And then after 4 hours, they said, okay, say this about my company. Say that precisely about my company. It's changed because we were not asking for discounts. We were not bargaining. We're just showing what we had in terms of ideas on compliance programs, what could be done, and what they could do. Great. And actually, we had more buy-in, and we do that with visitors. The companies, we open up Siemens, everyone is invited. I'm going to leave my email here. It's not with me, with my director. He actually finds some time. People were there talking to him. Well, actually exchanging information. What were the hurdles that you faced? As Jorge Abrão mentioned, yes, we did have a lot of headaches. Yes, we stumbled and we fell down, no problem. The problem is actually trying to hide that. You learn it either way. So your mother said, look, don't do that, don't do that. Then we did it and we would actually, get hurt. So you had to learn the hard way. I don't know if we've learned everything, but of course we've outlined a great and different map or roadmap we have with professional associations, all these several professional associations of companies that are competitors. Hold on, you're speaking to competitors? No problem whatsoever. We're talking to companies in the same market to make agreements, and Ethos helps us greatly to make agreements with companies so that we have integrity amongst companies. This is interesting. Ethos helps us. I have mentioned just a few, some of the objectives of the project: to establish mechanisms of self-regulation and sector agreements in healthcare, transports, energy, and civil construction. We need to further work on that. We have moved ahead or still have a long way to go. Increase the level of transparency, public transparency, increase the general awareness on the theme for the population, to get combines of integrity of candidates to town halls in the cities, in the host cities. It's not easy for you to get a signature from a mayor. It's hard. They resist. They hesitate. Sometimes they sign that integrity compact. Well, you sign that, your signature is your accountability. We're changing mindsets. The impression you get is only on the government's part, only on that side of the wall. Gentlemen, we are Brazilian. They represent us. The problem is not just there, it's also here. It's in our hands. If there is a corrupt person there is somebody who's corrupted them. It's easier to say, well, the problem is always on the other side of the wall. No, let's try to make this something that is not embarrassing us. Many times we get embarrassed, but this has to be history, part of our history, that's all. This is registered, establishing indicators of transparency. It seems to be simple, it isn't. It has to be very well analyzed, and we have to proliferate that. It has to be open to that. It shows the transparency of actions. So we have to be sensitive to population, to be fast and easy source of information. Ethos has established a new paradigm of transparency. I think this is really much like that. So learning, certainly, a lot. 2003, Brazil applied to be the host country of the World Cup. And then in 2007, they said, yes, you're going to be the host. We had 7 years to do it. And still left things to be done. In 2009, Siemens started a project. As it's been mentioned, it's a $100 million worth project for the whole world in 2010, 9th of December 2010. And celebrating date, the announcement of the company of the Ethos Institute was the best project Siemens got in the world. It's just not just praising, it's a fact. Best project received by Siemens was the Ethos Institute. It started in 2011. actually enacted 2010 on December 9th. And I think we have great learnings, not only to us, because ours is gone. If you think about that, we started the project in 2011. We were aware of the World Cup in 2007. So it was actually for the next. If you already know what state, country will host the World Cup, they should start large projects, similar projects there. As has been mentioned, the project has no past reference. Nobody had a project Africa. No other country had such a project just like ethos of integrity. The legacy of this project, our vision, in addition to greater awareness and transparency on the topic, it can be replicated. You can adapt it here and there. You can replicate it in other situations. It's a project with no competitors. It's improved the market for all, for people and companies. And there is no reference on the past because nobody has done that. Great. It's unprecedented. Excellent. It can be replicated. And it's a merit of the Ethos Institute. We have 20 ways to start our World Cup, and the fight in favor of transparency and integrity is present in discussions like here today. Ladies and gentlemen, have a good day. Thank you for your time.
Bem, obrigado a todos vocês pela atenção.
Thank you all for your time and attention. I'd like to open up for some questions from you, from the audience. Good morning. My name is Severina Gardner, a representative of the Health and Citizenship Committee representative of Cidade de Deus. What God City? What legacy are you going to have? Athletes are poorly compensated. I see athletes eating snacks or doggy bags, and I'd like to know what's going to be done. The works, they have been poorly conducted. I've witnessed here in Jacarepaguá, there are tracks that are floating tracks. In 5 years' time, they're going to dismantle. People are walking on tree logs, on plastic that they put on the tracks, the racing tracks. I've seen that. I watched the construction works, and I'd like to ask about this legacy. I don't know what is this legacy. I see nothing that will be left. I see suffering for the population of Rio de Janeiro. I don't know about the other states. In Rio de Janeiro, I am a sufferer. The legacy is lack of air that we're facing, lack of trees that have warmed the environment. They have destroyed our relative moisture in the air. I'd like you to answer that, please. Severina, are you directing your question to anyone here? I can try to start moving. And if anyone would like to add, Severina, I believe that somehow I understand your situation, and we are currently trying to identify some material thing or something that would remain from this event that has been decided in a little participative fashion. When the World Cup was decided to be hosted by Brazil, it was not participative. So I think the World Cup would actually be hosted by Brazil if the population wanted it to, if voted for it. the population would have voted for it, even though there was no participative process through it. So since processes are quite important, I think this is quite a germane criticism. After the World Cup was actually to be hosted by Brazil, the decision was made, I think there are several things that we should highlight. We haven't talked here about the economic pillar, the definition. When Brazil was chosen to be the host of the World Cup, well, I think the Olympic Games also come up in that. So at the time, people said that that would be a private initiative World Cup, that it would be a World Cup of the companies. That meant that most of the funding would come from companies. People never talked very well about that percentage. It would be 80 to 20 ratio. Today, I'd say the opposite occurs. In the surveys made, 85% of the funding is public. People are going to say, well, many things come from BNDES, the National Development Bank. Well, it's true. But what remains is the aspect of priority. That is a landmark that generates quite a lot of challenging from our society. Something that drew my attention quite a lot was that recently Stockholm was offered the possibility of hosting the Winter Olympics in 2022. And we know Sweden is one of the most developed countries in the world, has one with the best IDHs in the world. Human Development Indexes, HDI, excuse me. And the answer was, we don't want to host the Olympics. We have other priorities. We want to invest in education, housing, and we should not be able and will not be able to fund such type of investment. Well, actually, what seems to us is that our World Cup is a kind of reinstatement, or we want to reaffirm that we are able to doing it. So I think this is a point. Well, we actually haven't reached maturity in our society in that regard. There are several other priorities that are ahead of a 1 month event that brings 600,000 people to a country. But this serves at the time, has been serving since the decision was made, in my view, as a reaffirmation of a country that it is possible that we are able, that we can do it. I imagine our country has extraordinary richness that we should be able to explore, to be able to be valued by the rest of the world. To close, I'd say the following. I believe that when you say, Severina, when you bring the legacy issue, what legacy? So it is difficult for us to discuss legacy of arenas. It's too petty to discuss for a country, such a large country like us. I'd like to take perhaps a positive point without willing to cover up any kind of criticism to the process. I believe we have something that is intangible that greatly contributes to the advance of our society. This discussion we had today, transparency mechanisms, the possibility of the government having to render accounts to society. This is something that way ahead contributes something that we can avoid problems, issues that things that we're going to say here. Hopefully, in the future, we should have transparency mechanisms of prioritization, ability of questioning society, services to citizens, for example, as we say, that can be operated individually by citizens and also by organizations, and that this generates a kind of positioning of pressure that avoids situations as that we live today. Good afternoon. I am Amelia. I'm a journalist. I'd like to ask a question of Mr. Lino. Gavioli from Siemens. It's very good to put this project on corruption, but I'd like to know what has actually been done and how, as the people you've identified as corrupt in the company, which were the punishments, if there had been any punishments, and if there is within the company, because I believe, well, for us to put up this, well, to have this focused on the topic, if there is any kind of initiative to ban or to try to avoid that from happening again. Amelia, does he have sound? Yes. Well, in 2006, Siemens, even before then, was one of the three companies. Now I'm in Germany when there was a scandal, and Veyot was one of the companies that was most sought for employment. People wanted to work in the company. One of the three most sought companies. It varied, there was a fluctuation between Volkswagen and Mercedes when we had that great issue in 2006. So we moved down to third, fourth, fifth, seventh. Things got quite complicated. We learned the hard way. So there was nothing we could do. So the company's image was tarnished. So we had to do it. Either we did it or we did it. Okay. We did one thing. So absolute firing of the board. The main stars of the company, well, were actually invited to leave overnight, including former CEOs that were part of the board that no longer belonged to the company. They were also fired. Some were actually sued by the company. Well, actually, we sued people. We had to have mechanisms to know. So we were actually responsible or accountable for that. Number one. Number two, we opened up the company. We hired the 6 largest consulting firms in the world to sweep whatever was possible out. Of course, we were not going to get all the knots and issues, what was possible to sweep away in the 178 countries. I'm not saying something too silly. 170 some countries where we have operations in. The 6 great largest consulting firms, KPMG. I'm not going to publicize them just for nothing. They actually simply swept the whole company throughout the world and to show SEC, the agencies, etc. So we had this and that and that. So actually taking on and recognizing, admitting the error. So that's not an easy step. So we actually opened up the companies and showed the problems we had. Third, we implemented a compliance program that would not just be something hanging on nicely on the wall. Okay, we're going to have 0 defects. This beautiful plaque says very little. So tell me how. So that's the line. So it's no use you're establishing a code of conduct. It has to be effective. Actually making people to change. Once you have compliance in the DNA of people, that seems to be easy. But as I mentioned, it's a cultural, it's a mindset change. I mentioned that here. It's one of the initiatives Siemens has towards outside the company and to within the company. You need to have an effective program in this regard. Not only at the time, today you also know, well, we had the announcement that we had in Sao Paulo, and it was, yes, indeed, it was a possibility of having cartel. I'm saying that, well, no problem. No, we saw the problem, but get married on your own. You marry to somebody if there is cartel. So there are other companies involved. So we look at our backyard, we see there are problems. So we have somebody competent that can actually investigate that. Not only the companies, but also government agencies. So it's in the media, everybody talks about that, another story. The point is, it's just an example of the effectiveness of the program, not only within the company, also outside the company. So the change from the top, it does exist, it has to have consequences. So if some employees were fired over that in Brazil, yes. Which? How many? On what? It's not mentioned. Why? Because once you detect there's a rotten apple in the bunch, you take the rotten apple because it's not going to improve the other ones in the tree. Well, you have to cut it from the root. So to pronounce that within the company, I'm sorry, you're just going to start gossiping chain, and that does not help our companies. Okay. So once we detect the problem, we have a problem of preventing, detecting, and responding. So we actually spend a lot with the communications, etc. Very strong. But I have detecting and responding. Responding can be simply notice, a warning letter, or just saying, okay, that's the exit door. Good afternoon, good morning. Well, it's past midday. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Ethos Institute and all the other people present, especially you, Mr. Jorge Abraham. We've exchanged several emails. I work at the Chief of Staff Department of the state. So I'm involved in several projects, World Cup, Olympic Games, and regarding the state. My question is specifically, I've been working with the Ethos Institute for some time. I've been following your work. Well, congratulate everyone, Ana, Felipe, everyone working with us in our controls office. What I noticed is that, well, we have actually made great headway, especially in building active transparency. This is one of the great merits, one of the great results we've been able to attain. There is transparency indeed. I've been in the Chief of Staff office for 2 years. Well, it was transparency, but it was obviously nothing close to what we have today, and we're far from ideal. It's a process that unfortunately is slow because of several other reasons. But we are moving especially towards building active transparency, which is the best path. The more you inform, the less people have the need to hunt or seek information, like the passive transparency, which was what we had in the past, being sitting there waiting for somebody to come to you and ask a question. So what I perceive today is great maturity on the part of civil society regarding the construction of this question and actually what it wants to know, from whom they want to know. I receive questions why the buses have no air conditioning. People don't even know that this urban road system of buses is not a responsibility of the state. Things like that end up happening. And my question, more specifically, is regarding the construction of this maturity, building this maturity, not only of this culture of providing transparency, of actually demanding transparency on the part of civil society. What ethos has been done towards that? What are the goals towards that so that this social control can be effective indeed, but also mainly mature and productive? Because many times, I may say, on behalf of the state government, most of our questionings come from via consulting firms, not from civil societies. Several entities, other entities, but civil society itself doesn't even know where the information is because it doesn't seek or try to know. It's not that it's not available. Many times it is. They don't have this questioning because we don't have this culture of actually seeking. My question is basically that what has been done to build maturity on the part of civil society in seeking transparency and actually claiming it's actually I as a citizen also claim for my rights and demand.
Sergio, please. What I would like to comment, Gabriela, regarding your question or what you mentioned, is that what I perceive is that we can understand. I would say that our society spent too long a time in a shy situation, restrained in all the different senses. We had problems with freedom that not too much time ago, and we have problems that we still live under a type of survival for most of the population. Therefore, this process of maturing and participating has to do with with the experience, with the maturing of this society. But I would say that with this little time of democratic experience in the country and participating, I frankly judge the Brazilian civil society as one of the most active in the world. Very rarely you can see a country where you have a civil society that is so active as the Brazilian. Of course, in a large spectrum in this process, there might be the lack of control in some places, and it's natural that there are forms of action that are not sometimes the best or ideal form, but they are part of the maturing process. I think that we are living in a society, the demonstrations, the protests, I imagine that people demand a lot from you, sometimes in a not very very polite way, although the intention is to advance. I prefer to say that it's so good that we have the possibility of having a very active process of participation. Within it, we have a series of insecurities and instabilities, but I would like to believe that we are building ways to be able to advance a lot to improve our democracy. I think that in the end, everything we are undergoing, the participation, the protests, the demonstrations, the questionings, challenges, like Severina mentioned here, these are issues that demonstrate a degree of institutional maturing that came in it timely, but we must have an understanding and tolerance towards this, because timely it will become more and more constructive. If today we cannot be in certain spaces, we cannot have assertive and affirmative actions, it's because we also built a society that was not very friendly. We built a society that did not respect the rights of most of the population. So we are still in this process of building this society, and therefore I think we are evolving. I think that I perceive your tolerance. I think we have tolerance. We should advance, understanding that we have a long way ahead, but we are in the pathway, in the right pathway. Thank you. Gabriela, please. Good afternoon, Gabriela. I'd like to compliment on the line of what Dr. Jorge spoke about. This change, this will demand a cultural change, and this is already happening, to my understanding. This change was already happening, but it was slow. We don't change the culture of a country from day to night. No, it's a slow process. But if you look back, look at the last 10 years, a lot of things happened. Many cultural issues happened. The government created instruments and tools in certain places, in certain cities. It's not yet very used by the society. In other places, people have used the tools, but this change is happening. This is my view, and I am very optimistic about this. We lived for 500 years in a situation of obscurantism since the discovery of Brazil. And recently we regained our democracy, and so it's only 20 years now of democracy, and so we are maturing on that. In the beginning, with the law of access to information, even the journalists, even the people from the press had difficulties in formulating of asking questions. They used to say, I want to see all the documents that are classified. I want to see all the, well, they would need 300, sorry, 3 trucks full of documents to be sent to their homes. So we know that the questions now from the press are much more qualified. They can deal with information a lot better. So the questions are more direct, more objective. So we now have a cultural change, but it's a long-term thing, but it's happening. Well, I apologize to you, but we have to conclude this panel now. I'm very sorry, because if we don't close now, we're going to delay the whole process of this seminar. In respect to you and the next panelists, we have to close now. Next time we will try to have more space for the discussion, which is the richest part of our panel. Thank you very much. But we can have, of course, informal conversations in the intermissions and during lunchtime. Thank you very much.
Alô? Bom, pessoal, boa tarde. A gente vai dar 5 minutinhos só para uma água, uma esticada de perna, mas a gente vai...
We will have 15 minutes for a coffee break, and we will have only 15 minutes, and now we will discuss, and later we will discuss the impacts.
Desculpa. Obrigada.
Então eu vou preencher aqui.
eu vou daqui a pouco. Eu te agradeço muito.
Muito obrigada. A gente está à disposição.
Eu também.
Depois eu mando
Já
todo
tem
mundo.
contato.
Tenho. Muito obrigada, viu? Obrigada. Alô, é? Pessoal, vou pedir para a gente iniciar outra mesa.
I'd like to ask you all to take your seat so that we can start our next panel.
Vamos lá, pessoal.
Shall we?
Vamos lá. Gente.
Okay, take your seats. Good afternoon. Our apologies for the delay in starting this panel, but I'd like to invite everyone present. So where we have this very important launch, the National Compact Institute to Eradicate Slave Work, or slave labor. We're going to invite some people to launch the institute. I'd like to invite Mr. Caio Magri, Executive Director of ISA's Institute. Also, Laís Abramo, Director of the International Labor Organization Office in Brazil.
Gostaria de convidar também o senhor Leonardo.
I'd like to invite Mr. Leonardo Sakamoto, coordinator of NGO called Repórter Brasil, Brazil Reporter.
Gostaria de convidar também o senhor Butan.
Mr. Bhutan Homayanpu, did I get it right? Senior Program and Operations Officer from ILO, Geneva. To join the head table, I'd like to invite Ms. Tatiana Trevisan, Sustainability Manager from Walmart and Vice President of Impact. Mr. Rony Barbosa, President or Chairman of the Institute called Observatório Social and Chairman of the Consulting Council of Impact.
Bem, para quem almoçou e já almoçou, boa tarde. Para quem não almoçou, bom dia. Bom dia a todos e a todas.
We're going to try to conduct this moment. Now, to us, it is a very important historical moment of the public launch with various unfoldings and things that will come later of INCTO, the National Compact Institute for Eradication of Slave Labor. We have an order in terms of the presentations. Let's change that slightly because unfortunately we were unable to have the Special Secretariat of Human Rights and another member, but we're going to reduce that and make it very briefly. We're going to have two instances basically. First, we're going to reflect upon the issues regarding slave labor in Brazil and the whole world, and we're going to talk about what impact is, and probably the signatory companies of this compact will be invited to be part of it and put it into effect. We have first a scenario, a very objective question as to how during events, during the works of infrastructure in the World Cup, the incidence of slave labor was actually happening. I'd like to invite Leonardo Sakamoto, coordinator of the NGO Repórter Brasil, to share with us questions that involved slave labor and the infrastructure of the World Cup. Good afternoon to all ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank Caio for the invitation to be part of the panel. It's so weird to greet the panel. Yeah, no, I find it so weird. No, okay, that's okay. Anyway, greeting us to politicking. just very briefly, I'm going to talk about slave labor linked to large events. I'm not going to refer to specific cases, but I'm going to talk about the scenario or the landscape. Well, Brazil is one of the exemplary countries in fighting slave labor. The ILO, represented here by Liza Bramo, will be able to talk about that. Brazil has been acting in the past 19 years in a very sound program of fighting against slave labor, a program that is one of the single state, not government policies. Started with PSDB parties, well, policies are like that. They last 10 years or so. Then depends very much on the administration, the party in power. And so we had actually 46,000 workers that were freed since 1995 when the federal government assumes before the UN the persistence of contemporary forms of slavery in our country. The profile of slave labor has changed slightly over the past years, not because slave labor has changed, but because the fight against it as it spreads throughout various economic sectors of society, it also has acquires different profiles. 1995, because of the inheritance of entities fighting against slave works during the olive green times, the glorious times, there was slave labor fighting in the Amazon because of that bizarre occupation. And then we had Dom Pedro Causa Garim, Des Rosiers, Thomas Balduino, and slave labor that was quite rural over years, and with the perception that the problem was found in large cities, urban clusters. The Ministry of Labor started acting in a more firm and different way and rescuing workers, female and male, in other realities. Last year was the first time in the history of this country when the number of urban rescues exceeded rural rescues, urban especially in civil construction and actually in apparel workshops, because urban work labor is increasing and rural is decreasing because the system now is in the urban areas, and it will find even more workers for a simple reason. Brazil is an urban country. It's not a rural country. The greatest disasters are in the field regarding slave labor in terms of human degradation. So we have greater occupation. Urban settings, it's much more likely that you find greater number of cases in cities. Brazil has grown. There were major incentives. I'm not criticizing them. There were great incentives to civil construction in large cities, important aspects regarding consumption, employment generation, poverty reduction, a goal that has been part of the agenda of several administrations. And that, of course, impacts it, not just because of the gentrification, because it's impossible to pay rent to live in big cities like Sao Paulo or Rio, but also because of the fast pace of certain projects and the need to deliver orders in a fast and cheap way, and this actually has affected everyone as well. So we have great demand for manpower in civil construction, and the labor ministry, attentive to the fact that slave labor also happens in the city outside rural areas, have been acting upon that. And adding to all of that, I'm not saying that due to the fact that Brazil has grown economically, objectively, necessarily will cause slave labor. Not at all. But there is a relationship between economic growth and use of analogous slave manpower, because many people hiring manpower, labor, and companies want to save cost, want to compete in an illegal way. They end up doing social dumping in this whole process. One of cases of social dumping, all the cases of slave analogous manpower in civil construction, was the rescue of 111 workers from the expansion of the airport expansion project in São Paulo, the international airport, under the responsibility of the OAS developer. This rescue took place last year, and this maybe was one of the most notable cases of a project linked directly to the World Cup. Once it is clear that the terminal was delivered, even if partially, it's not complete. In Brazil, we deliver projects in an incomplete way. We baptize them and christen them. The cathedral in São Paulo was opened in the 400 years of São Paulo. The towers was only completed in the 1970s, 200 years later. Well, they were delivered, yeah. But we had that problem happening in the work site. If we think about other production chains related to the World Cup, it will not just be in construction and building. OAS is a single case. There was no slave labor in the construction of the stadiums. Well, there are actually incidents and deaths. Well, they always happen. Okay, you have to be genius not to make the arenas to be that are the window of civil construction in the world to the world with redoubled care. And it was not. People died, according to certain regional officers. People did not need to die, so there were lack of security, and it was not slave labor, but it was a huge lack of respect to the dignity of workers in that case. The fact is that we've had to parallel processes and other production chains that are linked to slave labor and to the World Cup, direct or indirectly. Something interesting, for example, last year we had the rescue, an operation 100 kilometers from São Paulo, rescuing 34 workers in conditions analogous to slaves in coal mines that produce, in charcoal plants that produce charcoal for barbecues. Well, what is the relationship? Well, the number of barbecues will increase during the World Cup in Sao Paulo. It's directly related. It might sound silly. Look at the sales of charcoal during the World Cup. If it weren't for the Ministry of Labor to doing this inspection, getting great brands that get to everyone's table, we would have charcoal from slave labor in the celebrations of the World Cup. Okay, celebrations are quite warm. Ignorance is quite warm, and again, ignorance in the charcoal of barbecue is even warmer, but it may burn. We would never imagine that necessarily. Why? Because we don't think about production chain in a thing like that. Well, cattle production chain is just leather and beef, as if people don't benefit from everything except for the moo. Well, there are 50 and some production chains from the cattle. We are in B5, 5% of biodiesel in the making up of diesel in the traditional fuel pumps. So we have 15% in soybean, 15% is from bovine origin. So people that are vegetarian should not ride on buses. And okay, if you think that cattle have the greatest historical incidents, there is no relationship to the World Cup. It's not going to be transported we're not going to use diesel. You're not going to transport passengers during the World Cup. Everybody's going to use ethanol that also involves slave trade or slave labor. So we have several things that are complex and not things that are seen in plain view. I'm going to speed up because I have very little time. In other words, when we talk about fighting against slave labor, networks and chains, we have to go beyond. Sometimes we can see them, but then we don't make direct connection to consumers. Networks that would entice people, that would bring people to work on sugarcane plants, they bring people to civil construction or to building. Same defects, the trafficking of human beings that was present in the sugarcane mills. Brazil actually set up a commitment to sugarcane, but not necessarily this commitment was able to heighten the level of quality of life of workers in civil construction. We have waves of immigrants, not only from Haiti, but Senegal, it's over 120 laborers freed in Minas Gerais in civil construction. They were not working for the World Cup. but they're involved in a project of a great mining company. Companies still need to move forward in their position and the implementation of policies fighting against slave labor. I'm going to give a World Cup example. Of the 63 companies and associations we were able to list that were involved in the holding of mega events, especially World Cup and Olympics, out of the 63 with sponsorship projects, service providing, only 7 are signatories of the National Pact for the Eradication of Slave Labor. McDonald's, Coca-Cola, Marfrig, Itaú, Sadia, BR Foods, Batavos, BR Foods, and now Dow. What about the others? The other companies that were linked should be part of this compact. I'm sorry if we were not able to mention all the companies, but it shows in this level it's quite low, the order of magnitude. What about the other companies that have not introduced processes to fight slave labor, or at least are not generating transparency? Because it's no use having a company saying that, well, look, we're doing it, and they keep it to themselves. You have to show. The compact has the benefit of showing that. I actually recommend later Reporter Brasil, the Institute of Human Rights and Business. I think John Morrison is here in the audience and should be arriving. We've organized a report that should be published shortly. They're making an analysis of the situation in terms of respect to human rights in Brazil, the World Cup and the Olympic Games, large projects in partnership with them. I'm going to close now, trying to actually call upon reflection to you. The World Cup is a disgrace to the work relation. I'm not saying that, not even regarding the Olympic Games. The productive sector of our needs to move forward, not only in terms of statements, but implementation of processes that create standards of quality, not only to monitor their value chains, but their own practices. We have Brazilian productive sector still mixes up private social investment with social responsibility. Well, to make schools and hospitals is nice and cute, but it's not changed the damages caused by the core business, from charcoal plants to civil construction. This needs to change, and companies need to be open to dialogue within their own industries and society. I believe the National Compact and the Institute, or establishing it, is a great way out for these processes once we call upon debate, the establishment of standards, and urging upon transparency. Companies will have to do that from now on in the country, whether they like it or not, because these sports events will attract the press to question that. If people are frightened because the press is getting heavy when it haven't even started. Greetings to all of you.
Obrigado, Sakamoto.
Thank you. Now I'd like to invite Laís Abramo, Director for Brazil for the ILO, for the International Labor Organization. Along this week, we had the launching of a report. She will speak about that, but she will make a reflection about mega events and the labor agenda. Thank you. I'd like to greet all the members in the panel and all the people present here. I'd like to say that for us it's a great honor to participate at this moment of the launching of the Impacto. We have been a partner for a long time in this struggle, and we have celebrated 9 years of the launching of the National Pact Against Slave Labor, which was one of the reference experiences which Brazil was made an initiative about, because this shows the involvement of the private sector, the definite involvement of the private sector with the prevention and eradication of contemporary forms of slave labor, not only in their companies as in the productive chain. This view that Leonardo brought about the productive chains to discuss the relationship with great events or mega events. It's a key issue. We remember it all started out with the Secretariat of Human Rights to have an analysis of the productive chains based on the companies that are registered in the list of companies that are that have slave labor. And based on the study made by the Repórter Brasil, it was possible to map this whole web of a matrix of responsibility and initiate a process of dialogue with these companies so that they should undertake their own responsibilities to promote decent work and eradicate slave labor as an issue of human rights and also as an issue of businesses. The companies know very well what's the damage it can do to their corporate image and to their sales and profits, etc., which is associated to this type of exploitation of labor. So I'm not going to speak for too long. We can hear Rutan speak about the slave labor, and we are all here all the time to talk to you about this, the Brazilian experience of fighting against the slave labor is very well known. So since I don't have much time, I'm going to focus, and the issue of today is the World Cup. I'm going to speak a little bit about it. I would like to stress that last week in the Palace of Planalto, they signed two very important documents, to my understanding. I agree that to sign a document per se is not sufficient, even if when you sign it, you have the President of the Republic present there, many ministers, representatives from all the confederations of employers, the most representative as CNE, CNA, etc., and all the labor congresses. Of course, they signed. To sign a commitment is not sufficient, but it is a very important act of enormous symbolism. And I'm going to speak about this. The World Cup, as any other Olympic Games, as any other mega event, sports mega event, or mega event by itself, we can think that every year Brazil has mega events. We have Carnival, for example. It's a mega event. It's not sports, but it's a mega event. And all of these events under the viewpoint of labor, and what we discussed this morning was transparency, but under the point of view of decent labor, these great events always involve great responsibilities, opportunities and risks. What are the opportunities? More investment, more opportunities for businesses, generating employment, professional qualification, possibility of increasing the businesses of solidarity, social economics, cooperatives, in the productive chains. These are the great opportunities, but it also involves great risks, especially because of the pressure of time, the visibility of the issue, etc. And so, in connection to the labor world, what are these great risks? The enhancement of child labor, forced labor, disrespect to immigrants' rights, sexual exploitation of children and adolescents. These are the risks that are present in when these events take place. So having this in mind, we have been working for a long time in the attempt to have a preventive agenda and propositional agenda linked to decent work in the World Cup, to identify and minimize these risks, and propositional in terms of increasing as much as possible the positive aspects and the possibility of carrying out a campaign for decent work is in the World Cup articles or bylaws, and it establishes also the importance of combating racism in football and promotion of racial equality in all the events of the World Cup. This is the idea, and together with ILO, the labor congresses, employers, labor ministry, public ministry, or it's not only to develop a campaign. A campaign is always important, but the idea was to develop a process of social dialogue that would really define the strategies and proposals for intervention in this preventive and propositional agenda. Up until now, I think that when it was mentioned here, I think it was the person from Siemens who mentioned, but I think that that we lost some time, maybe in 2007, when they defined that the World Cup was going to happen in Brazil. A series of initiatives should have started much earlier. And I think that in the area of labor, we could have done a lot more during a lot more time, but for other reasons we could not do it. For instance, in the managing committee of the World Cup, they wanted to have a labor chamber. That never happened, despite the fact that the labor congresses had demanded that for a long time. There are many things, but I think the spirit here 3 weeks before the World Cup is on the spirit that was mentioned in the previous panel of trying to make as much as possible in the time left so that the World Cup happens in the best possible way. This is our perspective, but also learn from this experience for the Olympic Games that will take place very soon and other events of the same kind. So as I said, they signed in a coordinated work with the labor ministry that created a committee for great events in the and in the agenda for decent work. They made up workshops to detect the major vulnerability, risks, and possibilities in 8 of the 12 host cities. They signed the local commitments, and as I said, in the 15th last week, they signed the national commitment and a specific commitment for tourism and hospitality, which is a key sector, which involves several restaurants and a series of businesses that have a very important role to play and may either create unwanted situations as can avoid them. So up until now, there hasn't been any analysis about the employment generated during the World Cup. They say it's 50,000 in the building of stadium, 49,000 in other tourism sector, but we don't have anything clear. We had 8 casualties in the building of the stadiums. This is unacceptable. Any casualty is unacceptable. Any deaths. We know that the rates in the civil construction are very high, but this could not have happened. It should never happen, but this is a fact that we compare this to South Africa, where they lost only 2 workers. There are no other data about other experiences, including Japan, Korea, etc. But this is a very serious problem that has to do with a series of factors, with outsourcing, with lack of a prevention culture, the pressure for the timing of the works. This is a key issue. But I already have to finish, so I'd like to say that in these commitments, their text, they are commitments that are open to adhesion of trade union organizations and companies. Also, it's something absolutely new. They mentioned many things new in the last panel. The International of Building and Construction developed a campaign for decent work in South Africa, but it's the first time we have a tripartite commitment signed at the highest level. So I think this is not something This is something very important that we must recognize as a great advancement in the democratic process and the social dialogue in the country. In the commitment, the first issues that are in this commitment is to ensure the rights, the labor rights, and to prevent situations of child labor, forced labor, and exploitation of sexual exploitation of children and adolescents. So I think that those who are in impact, who have already a commitment with this issue and have experience with this, I think would be a very important moment to engage also in the issue of the World Cup. In the sector of hotels and tourism, there is here a very large field for action. On the 18th, it was the International Day of Combat Against Exploitation, Sexual Exploitation of Children and Adolescents, and the themes that are included in this commitment are these, and also to deepen the opportunities for professional qualification with the emphasis of women, black people, young people, and people with disabilities, and transform some of these temporary jobs aimed at these people, guaranteeing their working conditions in of the different labor involved in this process. Also, we signed a protocol in the sector of vigilance and security, which will do all the security within the stadiums. It was a protocol signed between, it was a bilateral between employers and employees that deals with formal work, control of exhaustive working hours, the filters for sunburn, against sunburn, and other protection equipment. And I'd like to finish saying that among the concrete actions, we have the Convergence Village, which is against the exploitation of children and adolescents. There is also the campaign called Call 100, Diz que 100. That's at the airport. It's being distributed. There is the campaign to prevent the human traffic, with the work done by the Justice Ministry together with the consulates of Brazil all over the world, and also the Call 180, Ligue 180. These are part of the mechanisms that will be available with applications in your cell phones, tablets, etc., in order to try and identify at this moment in real time the violations to the rights, and transmit that so that, and convey that so that people can take action. The SPM made an important work to encourage the participation of women in non-traditional sectors, and was able to do that. The openings for tourism were in 60% occupied by women, and there's agreement for the private security work too. And also, for a long time, we've been acting to avoid problems of health and safety, and will continue to be performed during the World Cup. So I think it's very important that we carry out this discussion, trying to analyze and act as much as possible until the 13th of June, if possible, end up celebrating the victory of Brazil in a barbecue without charcoal produced by slave labor. I think that what is important here is to really learn from this experience and systematize this experience, discuss, learn as much as possible, in order to, in the same way as there was the manual about the ODC, to have a type of model of intervention to promote decent work in mega events that is useful for the Olympic Games and serves as a model for other countries and other Olympic Games and World Cup in other countries. Thank you very much. This is our view. Thank you, Laís. Thank you, Laís. I think that you bring to us a new challenge, of course, with an agenda of convergence, but it's even broader than the impacto agenda. It's a challenge for ethos and the pact to see how we can engage more companies to undertake this commitment. It's a great challenge that we will develop, and for sure we will try and contribute. Now I'd like to invite Hutan Homayounpour, who is the Senior Program and Operations Officer of the ILO. He's in Brazil representing the results of a study of a lot of impact and very objective under the point view of the measuring the econometry of how is it or how much the slave labor produces in terms of wealth, and that is appropriated by companies and many times by governments. So now we will listen to the fundamental data. You got an executive summary, and the whole study is available in the electronic sites of the ILO, both the national ILO as the ILO from Geneva. So Mr. Homayounpour.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation and for having me here. It's a great honor to be presenting our latest report that provides economic data for the first time and shows how much money is made out of forced labor and trafficking and slave labor, as you call it in Brazil. I have put together a few slides. It is a historic moment for the fight against forced labor and trafficking around the world. Not just because the ILO launched its recent report, because also, because we are, thank you, because we're going through a standard setting process right now within the International Labor Organization. About a year ago, the governing body of the ILO decided to put forced labor as one of the main themes of the upcoming conference in June 2014, which starts next week, which many of you will be in Geneva to listen in and contribute. What this means is that, as you probably know, the ILO has two conventions on forced labor specifically. They're both very old, but highly ratified. So the governing body basically examined and saw that, okay, these conventions are old, therefore we need to look at it. Times have changed. As we heard earlier, Leonardo mentioned that also the forms of slavery and slave labor have changed. So we need to complement these old two conventions and make sure that we are addressing the needs of the constituents and the member states today in our reality that has changed and evolved. So basically the two options on the table are a new protocol accompanied by a recommendation, or simply just a recommendation. The difference here would be that the protocol is legally binding and a recommendation is not. I thought that was very important just to briefly mention, putting it in the global context. You've seen these numbers before. We published them a few years ago in 2012 that about 21 million people are in forced labor around the world. This breaks it down into different, gives you basically an overview of where they come from. I'll go through these numbers quickly to get to the new numbers, which are the highlight of our report. That also gives you the regional spread. As you can see, 1.8 million in the region here. And now the new numbers, which is basically the profits that is made in the private economy of the 21 million people that are used and abused as slave laborers. $99 billion per year is made out of sexual exploitation. This is a huge, staggering number. To be totally honest with you, the first time that our researchers presented these numbers to us, we were completely shocked. We didn't think that it was to this extent. You know, $150 billion a year, it's on its own a huge number. And then when you break it down to see which sectors they come from, it's also very shocking. 51 billion of it was made of labor exploitation. And if you break that down further, you see that 8 billion is in domestic work and 9 billion in agriculture, and the remaining 34 billion it's in construction and mining and manufacturing. These numbers basically portray the urgent need to have such initiatives such as Impacto, of getting the businesses involved and the corporate world, because this creates unfair advantage for the companies that are the good companies that are playing by the law and are law-abiding companies, basically. You know, this is unfair competition. How can you compete with these numbers? You can't. And now this breaks it down by basically, I can't see the slide, but by, what is it? Is it sector? Can't see it. Let me stand up actually. Regionally, oh, perfect. Does it work? Yeah, it works. Perfect. Just so I can see better, I'm not wearing my glasses either. So this is also interesting because it breaks it down regionally for you to see. As you can see, in Asia and the Pacific, about $52 billion per year made in the region. And that is because of the high number of people that are in forced labor or slave labor situations. And then next to it is the developed economies. You have no lower number of people in slave-like conditions, but at the same time, the profits that are made per slave are much higher in the developed economies. And if you take a look at Latin America and the Caribbean, it's about 12 billion per year. Now, this basically is an annual profit per victim. In the developed economies, as I said, is about 35,000 per year for each slave, if you want to put it in simple terms. If you look at Latin America and the Caribbean, it's about 7,500 per slave. And now this gives you basically per sector. Again, we see here that sexual exploitation is highly profitable. About $22,000 per year is made each slave in sexual exploitation, followed by 4,800 in construction, manufacturing, and mining, and then in agriculture, which is 2,500, and then domestic work of 2,300. So what are basically the main conclusions of this report that we just launched in Brasilia 2 days ago? It basically illustrates how much profit it's made. It's an extremely profitable business. Again, it reinforces the message that unfortunately the punishment, according to the different laws that exist at the different national levels or the state levels all around the world, are not enough to deter people from committing these crimes. Because for many countries, if you're caught using slave labor, you may have to pay a fine of $1,500. Compared to the $150 billion profit, it's worthwhile taking the risk. And that needs to fundamentally change. Who loses out? Of course, the victims are the #1 losers here. Their families, the local society, the government, the country of origin, as well as the country of destination, because the money is not going back to reduce poverty and eliminate poverty, because usually these people are some of the most vulnerable people in the country. And of course, the country of destination doesn't earn any money on the taxes, because these are all illegal profits. Last but not least, I mentioned it earlier, I always like to overemphasize this, is that this creates unfair competition for businesses. Businesses cannot possibly compete with these illegal profits that are being made. So also it's not good for businesses. So that's it very quickly, just to present the latest numbers that we have. I'll shut up here and take any questions that you may have later on. Thank you.
We are going to have an opportunity to dialogue with this report, because it's a very important report. Now we will have the real moment to launch the Impacto. We're going to present to you a bit of the history, but before that, I'd like to ask you that at least you could raise your hand. We have here several people who are directors, counselors, people from the Deliberation Council, and founders of this Impacto, and founders. So it's important that they raise their hands. We want to identify them. Paulo Pianês from Telefone. Ana Yara, a historical activist against slave labor from DIS, Diane Ortega from DIA, Rony Barbosa from the Social Observatory and the CUT, Tatiana Trevisan from Walmart, Sakamoto Leonardo, coordinator from Reporter Brazil, and Cristiane Borges from the group André Maggi. And just with these names and where these people came, you can understand there's something different in this connection. It symbolizes somehow, and I am from Ethos Institute. I forgot to mention my own name. I'm Caio, and the technical team from the Impacto, Mércia Silva and Maíra. Who else is there from the Impacto? Fabrício from Eletronorte. Fabrício from Eletronorte. Yes, Fabrício. Well, this group is already bringing something very different in a process that we matured along these 9 years, the National Pact to Eradicate Slave Labor. It's 9 years and 3 days. It's in May 2005 that we launched this in Brasilia with the initial adhesion of an important group of companies. Before we present very briefly this history of Impacto, I'd like to consider here with a very quick reflection that Impacto is the result of a deepening of strategies and a virtual cycle of strategic companies' engagement against slave labor. We have 7 steps in this strategic cycle, and that I consider to be a virtuous cycle. The pact has been and is even more a reference now for the participation of the companies in combating slave labor. But we must consider some of the steps in this process. The first core issue, and the Impacto will continue and deepen this issue, is the production of strategic information, intelligence in the process of information and engagement. In 2 moments we had in history information that was important for the actions of the civil society, the trade unions, the government, and the employers. A public register of the employers that are exposed. They should be exposed to the society as employers and companies that were caught in flagrant and condemned by the use of labor and slave labor. It's a strategic information. The second strategic information is produced by the society, the studies, the journalistic researches, and essentially then the ILO has supported firmly the disclosure of this process. Luiz Machado and Fernanda Carvalho are absolutely key in supporting the actions of the ILO together with Impacto, bringing a second strategic information, which is the studies that reveal the dangerous relations between companies that many times are at the head of these chains of productive chains, and the slave labor that is at the very bottom of the slave chain. And secondly, what to do with this information? Third point, what to do with this information? Third point. So some organizations, in a very legitimate way, expose them publicly. We are going to keep this information as information for a dialogue centered in a group of companies involved in it. We're going to present to them and at the same time demand from them, propose to them that they engage in solutions. You can no longer say you ignore the existence of slave labor in charcoal that you are consuming to produce pig ore that is sold to a steel industry that will produce metallic plates that will go to the US and that will produce great cars in the automobile industry in the US. So they have to act and generate in this dialogue an agenda of commitment. Therefore, the researches and studies are fundamental, and the dialogue is a reality. It's necessary. Labor unions, the employers, employees, and civil society. The fourth step is to create an agenda of commitments, a public agenda of commitments between companies, companies associations that recognize the existence of the problem, not even maybe in their own companies, but in other companies. And many companies would say to us, but there's no badge of my company in any of these workers that were rescued. No, there's no badge, but there's his hand in your service, in your product. One of the first directors of the ILO in the 70s or 80s, where they was fighting against child labor, they said there were no products that were leaving the country towards Europe or US without having the hands of children in those products. So this is the importance of the engagement. And based on that, the companies have to act upon their practices. The pact is nothing than a guide to orient change of functioning of practices, of controls, institution of a new contract with providers and clients. And the fourth pact is to follow up the transparency and monitor this process with the companies, with those who undertake the commitment. So we have tools. We need tools that show the transparency, that show the results, the advancements, and the difficulties that different companies have to comply with the commitments undertaken. So for this purpose, and what's the result of this? We are closing this virtuous circle to report good practices or best practices and about this process. We've had a pact in a moment when we analyzed and studied all of those who were in the dirty list and that were linked to the soy production. We didn't find any of the large trades and companies of all the soy business that were doing business with these people part of the dirty list. We can say that those companies were in fact controlling and eradicating the possibility of having slave labor from slave labor in their productive chain. In this company, what Impacto can do in a more efficient way now is to declare and postulate new public policies that are able to feed into this process, inducing a new behavior of the companies, and also continue to create very strong mechanisms, very clear ones, to fight one of the greatest violations of human rights in the whole world that we know about. Now on Tuesday, on the 27th of May, we will have in the Federal Senate a voting in the law about slave labor. It's a constitutional amendment giving the Brazilian state greater ability to punish those who continue to explore slave labor in Brazil, expropriating rural or urban properties wherever slave labor is found. So we have a group of companies and organizations that are supporting the approval of this law. It's a new instrument that we must pay attention to.
I'm not going to attain history. I'm not going to attain history. Many people talked about historical cornerstones. 1995. I think there's a listen. 1995 when Brazil recognizes, and 2003 when under Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva administration, Fernando Henrique Cardoso administration recognizes that publicly takes on the commitment against slave labor, and they create institutes the blacklist and strategy. In 2005, we launched the pact with greater engagement of companies. We have 380 companies that are signatories of the National Compact. It may seem totally negligible considering the mass in Brazil, over 5 million. However, these 380 companies have economic and political power in huge production chains to the extent that they account for 34% of the Brazilian GDP. We're talking about the largest companies, banks that need to have social environmental risk prevention policies in their teachings. Companies that are the largest in the world retail industry, companies that are the largest in the oil and gas industry, the largest mining companies that therefore have political and economic capability of interfering decisively in the change in the setting of their production chain regarding the eradication of slave labor. Well, we have the background. Again, it's a background that I referred to. We must have the studies within this context. We have the pact is drafted, the 10 commitments that we're going to go over to remind you of are nothing but a set of suggestions and a script for new practices of companies that, from the standpoint of everything we've talked about, built in the identification of problem, are enough and able to prevent and eradicate slave labor in the production chain. Here we have the commitments. The first point is, in fact, here we have a very clear example. Leo mentioned, and we all recognize it here, the difficulty of our being able to regulate work relations in extremely complex production chains. So this is the commitment of companies that sign the compact. If there is a difficulty from the standpoint of the complexity of labor relations, we need to actually work towards formalization and putting all workers in the production chain with the company under the same legislation, rights and labor protection. It's essential that each company reviews its contracts and agreements when they sign the contract to include a clause that enables them to promote the breach of a contract, other restrictions if slave labor is identified in the production chain. Companies should contribute to be solidary, to open doors for reinsertion in the formal labor world of workers rescued in the operations to fight against labor or slave labor. The companies in the compact, signatories of the compact, have to rescue citizenship and supporting those workers that have been rescued. The companies that are part of the pact are actually those that have to provide strategic information of their commitments and the risks there are for companies in the chains, for workers, in the process of enticing and articulation, intermediation of labor in Brazil that many times ends up in slave labor. Companies in the compact are committed to improving and supporting the qualification of workers that have been rescued. We have some interesting examples. We talked about the examples with the World Cup. They exist of opportunities. The Labor Ministry in Cuiabá has inserted workers from slave laborers in the construction work of the Arena and Pantanal. So it's symbolically important to see this relationship. It's important action of the Labor Ministry. So there are companies, signatories of the compact that are actually in civil construction and operating in the region. The last point is to consult, disseminate, support the main strategic information at its core. absolute priority. All of us who are here, part of the impact as signatories of this compact, are going to defend the blacklist as just strategic information. It's the only possibility of our separating things, apples and pears. How do we actually have slave labor so that we are not totally subject to commercial boycotts that are generic? The North American government has lists of products with which they dialogue in a very critical way and full of control, which is quite harmful to the economy of any country that has serious issues as we do. But if you can actually separate things, you're not saying that Brazilian charcoal, that sugarcane, that ethanol, sugar, etc., all Brazilian production is contaminated by slave labor. If you don't have anywhere to start from and are able to separate things, the production chain that are contaminated from those that are free from slave labor, we cannot advocate an international economy that is sustainable. It's a protective way and a precaution from the Brazilian economy. So our impact defends the existence of a blacklist permanently, although we realize there are important forces in the Brazilian politics trying to declare it is unconstitutional. Well, they don't realize that's a strategic weapon for our economy. Lastly, to support and debate proposals that incide on public policies, to support and debate effective proposals of implementation of our national plan to eradicate slave labor in Brazil, and the basic commitments to monitor what is being done, to provide transparency of what is being done. This is fundamental. There is no competition in this process. We should have collaboration. Actually, large companies compete in the market in a cooperative, collaborative way, part and signatories of the compact, and to systematize and disseminate the experience, to do benchmarking, reference, disclosing best practices, to showing that it is possible to make changes in the management of companies towards that is core. And lastly, to assess the results of this process. So all of these, the centrality of these 10 commitments will be intensified with the existence of our impact. This restructuring had great support of organizations such as the ILO and companies that are there in the beginning of the first slides. After a year, after an assessment that we needed to reinforce the national compact, that we should set up a different organization of civil society. It's an organization that could count on the engagement and governance in the decision process of all stakeholders, companies, union organizations, and civil society organizations, with strategic support of the International Labour Organization. We're creating a new organization model that, if it is successful, hopefully so, may be a reference further ahead. We have a simple, basic, and objective view. It is a Brazil with no or free slave labor. It is possible to have a slave labor-free country. We're moving towards that in all our acts and gestures, whilst in our part in this process in Brazil that is slave labor-free. I think many people have this view. Our mission is to work, engage with companies and processes of improving their production chain, enabling them to prevent and eradicate slave labor. We have these 5 strategic goals: to monitor, follow, give transparency to the process, sensitize, and mobilizing more companies. We need to have more companies in this process, increasingly more, especially productive chains, We have companies that are leading a set of vendors that establish the same pact, especially in retail and textile industries, to support and enable companies and support companies and organizations of civil society, the media. Very important, even though Sakamoto is not here. Well, the dialogue with them is not very open. We have a set of journalists and media agencies that do not yet realize and understand exactly what we're talking about. And it is important to do this work to support actually reintegration, re-inclusion of the workers. We have to take part of that and actually improve public policies. This impacto has not been created to merely, well, it's a lot actually to operating these strategies, but we're absolutely engaged in providing sustainability to the process. Therefore, as of tomorrow, if we have the ability of sending that to all signatories, all the signatories of the National Compact, we will receive a kit to invite them to actually comply and follow the pact. Only then will we be able to actually eradicate slave labor. This is absolutely compulsory, so the signatories of the compact to continue in this process should become members, and these members have to provide their contribution of financial sustainment or support to the initiative. We have to have independence, financial independence to develop its activities, and we therefore have a lot of work ahead. I think my last slide features the contacts that we have available. The executive secretariat is quite lean. Mercia and Maeda. Mercia is around. These are the contacts that we have. These are the people that are going to actually make our whole process operational. We've explained, we may have questions, but now we have to listen to two very important people in this rainbow of differences, of different initiatives in a process that converge to the same view, the same place, Tatiana Trevisan and Rony Barbosa. One is the leader of the Center of Workers, and the other one is from Walmart. I'd like to ask Tatiana to speak first. Thank you. Thank you, Caio. I'd like to greet the panel members. Good afternoon, everyone. To us, it is quite moving, great pride to be able to be here, part of the launch of this Impacto. I'm responsible for the area of sustainability in Walmart. Walmart is part of the vice presidency and the board of Impacto, and that shows how much we believe that Brazil needs in the short term be a country that is slave labor free. When we see data shown on profit that especially private economy at 90% or a bit more, when we get to 51 billion a year in terms of revenue or profit related to slave or forced labor, we cannot talk about forced labor related profit. We should not have any kind of profit or any earnings regarding forced or deriving from forced labors. I think Impacto in Brazil is a reference, but if we still have these numbers, that reinforces the need and the importance of our work. I'm very pleased to be here today because we're moving towards a second instance of acting upon the theme regarding the participation of companies. At first, in 2003 to 2005, when the pact was built, when there was a dialogue between companies in which Walmart was present as well as other companies present here, we actually were engaged to understand that we had responsibilities, even if indirectly, even indirect vendors that were related to slave labor. That was our responsibility. That today is something that is not a doubt to many companies. At the time, we were much more monitored and surveilled by the company rather than being actually agents of the decision-making process. Now, this impacto brings a possibility for companies to be much more active, to be more accountable, responsible in governance and financial support, attaining goals and commitments established. We have much more responsibility and possibility of dialogue between the organizations and actually of sharing of information between amongst the various players. Many companies today, and actually Walmart, have well-established policies. Unfortunately, Leo is not here. That's not the point. We have established processes and implemented processes. Is this enough? Well, frankly speaking, we have many cases related to slave labor. Of course not. We still have a long way to go. And I believe that our most active participation within Impact will bring the possibility for us to increasingly subsidize information, and the study strategy is essential so that we are aware of data and can act jointly in the priority chains and all chains as a whole. Well, two chains, the livestock and textile retail chains. For us in the supermarket chain industry, I've been acting in an aligned way in livestock. When in the past there was an identification and relation that most slave labor in the Amazon was related to livestock or breeding. Well, retailers got together. Well, at the time, Ethos had a pact of sustainable economies where we had a commitment regarding sales in São Paulo and actually slave labor and deforestation in the Amazon. I remember clearly some years later when we actually related to the work that was actually happening, all the compacts and commitments may generate escape valves, not necessarily do processes and tools be well implemented. For example, slaughterhouses that bought, for example, cattle from certain farms. They bought cattle from farms where there was slave labor. So we have to have a much broader view to a landscape of escape valves that may actually exist in the process. I believe that, well, actually, this is what I wanted to share with you. I know how much many companies have moved forward in this area. I'm sure there are many we need to engage and a long way to go. I'm still very confident on behalf of Walmart and other companies that are signatories of the impact. It's going to be successful. I'm actually confident that it's going to be successful. So this will provide us to, well, enable us to be more effective in a shorter period of time. Quite confident of that. Thank you very much.
Bem, boa tarde a todos e todas.
Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to greet that is Abramo and greeting everyone. Well, actually representing all women here, and Caio representing all men and greeting all men for our Institute Observatório Social and the nucleus of workers to bring history well in the launch of the impact. This is an important policy of fighting against slave labor. If we view outside Brazil, the international crisis, number of unemployed people, over 200 million in the world, and the people, well, Spain with great part of its youth unemployed, it's quite a difficult situation. And of course, it interferes in Brazil. But looking at the Brazilian scenario, we see labor market being strengthened.
A geração de empregos extremamente.
So, actually, over 1 million unemployment posts being generated every year. But there is a paradox. But just as we improve, we still have slave labor in the country. See how much this brings us a lot of questions. How can this still happen in the country? Such a good time for Brazil. Why do we have these problems? How do you explain that? The complex situation, the vast country, uh, unjust and fair competition, Chinese products arriving. Well, all of that together, search for profit, it's quite complex. But the Social Observatory Institute was actually founded by several organizations. So we have the Workers' Center or the Labor Congress, we have SEDEC, Center of Studies of Contemporary Culture in Sao Paulo, that is strongly linked to academia. And actually, we have Unitrabalho. It's a network of university professors linked to labor. The four entities set up this observatory to conduct research studies in the labor world and to also develop investigative journalism. Some reports of our institute have actually denounced the conditions of slave labor, child labor, the many things that have helped this debate to come about in Brazilian society. However, our studies are geared to decent working conditions. So we carry out studies in multinational companies, and they actually try to comply with the international ILO standards. We carry out studies and investigations projects, and we do our duty. And in regarding fighting against slave labor, that's an important duty, but it's not something that we do alone. The union movement of our labor congress decided we needed to have allies, and Impacto shows the importance this dialogue is in terms of socially broadened, extended, and expanded in this initiative that I hope we can persevere of gathering such antagonic sectors and industries towards a common goal. The dialogue will be extremely important. We believe in the strengthening of the dialogue. We believe in the strengthening of collective bargaining. And we also believe in democratization of labor relations in Brazil. These are things that we need to debate. The strikes we've had and all the demonstrations show a bit of the problems that we have in the Brazilian union environment. Some discredited union organizations being run over by people and the bases. There are other interests there. So the union and the labor congress sees that we need to strengthen those work relations. To relate that to the World Cup and not take too long, because all of us must be hungry and we want to have lunch. I want to talk about an article by Rogério Galindo, a journalist, writes at Gazeta do Povo, a newspaper from my state, Curitiba, Paraná. And yesterday, he brought a great theme to the debate, saying that Brazil is close to being part of becoming history on the 12th of June at Itaquerão Arena in Sao Paulo. He's not talking about football nor World Cup. He's talking about the time when a paralytic will walk again. This is the fruit of a study coordinated by a Brazilian researcher, Miguel Nicoleles, that conducts research projects in 3 continents in the world. And the first kick of the World Cup will be made by a paralytic boy. See how important that is. In these demonstration time in Brazil, they are caused by various interests. We know it's election time, so we have electoral disputes, etc., several things that are happening, but they are actually impacting the pride of Brazilians. So, and Brazilians end up not believing in his, her country, their country, and actually questioning things. This is the most severe thing that is happening. We Brazilians are going to actually impress the world with this act that will be so beautiful, so important. Actually, we're going to make a paralytic to walk. see how many good things are being produced. We need to invest more in science, technology, so that this can actually happen, so that we can further prosper. We, of course, have problems, corruption, schemes, etc., things that have to be fought against. But we also have this extremely important side that needs to be valued, and I think the World Cup can show this side that will move, I'm sure, the whole planet, not only us. And if we can actually have a paralytic boy to walk, can't we eradicate actually slave labor? I believe that with the Impacto team, I'm sure we're going to win this match. Thank you. We're about to close, but this, if there are any questions, we may at least have 2 questions. We have 2 questions. Anybody else? We have one more. 2 questions. I just ask you to identify yourselves, please. I'm Amélia Gonzalez, journalist. I'd like to ask a question of Tatiana and Caio. To me, it's not very clear why we have the institutionalization of this compact.
That I followed up back then with the companies, etc. And it seems to me, according to what was mentioned, that there was a demand from the companies to hold the power, including funding. And as the companies have strategies, you might have a strategic plan that is more focused on combating the problem, fighting the problem. Maybe the pact was a bit dispersed. So I'd like to know, first from Caio, if I'm right in my evaluation. Maybe it's a quick evaluation. I didn't understand very well. And you, Tatiana, if there is already a strategic plan that is in detail, without many words, but something that, as I know, that the companies do when they have a budget plan to comply with. I have said my name is Severina. I work in Cidade de Deus. I participate in social solidarity economics, and I'm part of the economic social economy of solidarity. I have seen very closely how dissimulated the slave labor is in Rio de Janeiro. In Brazil, I don't know. I'm speaking about Rio de Janeiro. Here, I can see the bus drivers have no time to eat. They are controlled by the inspectors not to have even 5 minutes to have lunch. They cannot go to the bathroom. They have to stop in the middle of the way and ask the passengers to stop a little bit to get some water and to go to the bathroom. To me, this is slave labor. Also, the disturbance that you call the TRS or some transportation, I call it a disturbance. I call it disturbance. I also see slave labor, people under the sun, and they are not even assisted. They have to be hungry and thirsty. They work overtime, and they are not assisted at all. Well, we have 2 issues. I think, please feel free to contribute for this dialogue. Amelia, the central issues that you brought to the institutionalization of the impact, the national pact, were, first of all, the first of them was a growing demand of mobilization and of companies, not exactly to act under the point of view of governance, but of services, activities, capacity building, and a strategy to work on a chain of values of a company that has 50 to 60 strategic providers. It needs a technical capacity, and we didn't have it yet, but we are building it now. The other issue is the suppliers, I mean suppliers, not providers. The fact that the companies in the process committed to the pact necessarily have the opportunity to participate in the solution. So let's establish a more structured dialogue so that in a collective way we can have a multi-sectoral advancement. For instance, things that involve public policies. Third, there is the need to improve the system and the public information of monitoring that the pact has done with its with its participants or associates, with structure and resources. And the fourth point that should be considered is that up until then, we were not able to formulate a strategy to fund this initiative. This was a key issue, and it continues to be a key issue. But the idea that you have an institution that manages the set of commitments in this perspective seemed to us to be a solution that would strengthen the institutional aspect and give the pact, and will give the pact a greater ability to intervene in the political conjuncture and in the functioning of the companies. Amelia, I think that Caio already spoke very well, but answering your question today, we don't have a detailed strategic planning, but we have a planning for the institutionalization of the pact and what are our next steps right now after the launching. At a moment is the moment when we will start detailing this strategic planning. And just to complement something, it's clear to us that, for example, the studies and strategic information must growingly concentrate in labor production, in labor relations and productive chains in the cities. We have to dedicate ourselves to this, and the textile industry, garment industry, and things that involve the service of public transportation services, production chain, is areas where we have to act. We have not detailed yet, and we haven't got the resources yet to do all of this yet. And then this is what I was going to talk about. For us, just to complement, the importance is that we believe that no one will overcome the obstacles that exist today alone. That was the moment to deepen the dialogue and understand how we should act. Once today we are more aware of the frailties and the great challenges in some of these chains. So when you speak about a greater involvement of the companies in this process, is in the sense of what we could do alone. Some companies already did to establish policies, audit processes, greater relationship with the direct suppliers and indirect suppliers, but the great challenges. And today we are much more aware and we have more information that at this moment only a dialogue and the joint work will bring about results that we need to end up to do away with slave work. So it's very clear that the engagement of the companies, what we needed was the engagement of these companies. This was the result of a great discussion and a great work about the new steps of the pact and how the pact should be structured so that in a second moment we could come to the expected results as we did. I'd like to comment in the history of what was mentioned about the bus drivers in Rio. I don't believe that we are going to characterize it as slave work, or slave labor, but it's precarious labor. It's precarious jobs. to work in these conditions that you mentioned is inhuman. This must be dealt with, but it's a trade that is well organized. They have trade unions, they have representation, and they have ways to get organized and mobilize if necessary. We always deal in the CUT, in our Labor Congress. We always think, well, when there's no other possibility to bargain, then the worker should use its tool to mobilize and strike. But we should mobilize so that we don't have such bad conditions of work. And the CUT is available to you if you need to organize these workers in any way in a trade union. Well, I apologize for our delay. We should be finishing at 1:30, and we were not able to do that. So I apologize. And we had to have our panels now at 3:00 p.m. We will start again with a panel about the impacts and the legacy in the with mega events, the legacy in mega events, especially the World Cup, and then we're going to discuss the impact in the environment of this World Cup. Thank you. Now we will have lunchtime until 3:00.
They're going to serve some kind of coffee break apparently here. So there are some snack bars and restaurants nearby. She's just telling, giving you some housekeeping information. So let's invite Paula and Ayala, everyone. Okay, let's take a photo of the impacted or the impacting.
Quase caí aqui. Com o Rutan. Com o Rutan. É, verdade. You sign, please? Okay. Thank you, Leonardo. Only the authorization to... Yes, authorization to engage and voice. Your presentation is available. You have it, yes. Okay. Nem você. Nenhum de nós. Rutan, por favor, please, here. Eu dou a volta. Vamos lá, vamos ver. Vocês fazem o que acharem melhor, vai e volta.
Deixa eu correr. Não, foi o seguinte, queria só um slide de novo. O três a gente vai deixar na transmissão para o pessoal saber, entendeu? A gente vai dar essa dica. Posso criar? Pode. Ouvindo aqui não vou. Ah, então fica aqui. Então fica aqui. Bom, sim. Foi bom, foi bom. Esse tá dando pra ele legal aí. Esqueci.
Agora já. E quem tá no meio? Fala quem tá no meio. Help me. Fala quem é no meio. Botei mais uma cadeira porque agora são 7, né? É porque a Tá. Olha, não sei se ficou sobrando ou se alguém não assinou. O Caio não deve ter assinado. Eu vou deixar aqui pra alguém.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to resume, but I'd like to ask you for a favor. Don't you want to get closer so you can get closer to the speakers? If you may feel more comfortable to watch. Thank you very much for your presence. Those of you who are in the morning, and thank you for staying with us, and for those who have arrived. So, welcome to our seminar today. To make up our panel, I'm going to invite our Managing Director at this institute, Mr. Jorge Abraão. I'm also going to invite to the panel Mr. John Morrison, Executive Director of the Institute for Human Rights and Business of the UK. John will speak English. If you wish to have a simultaneous translation, we have headsets at the back of the room. We'll also invite Mr. Orlando Santos Jr., researcher and professor of the Institute of Research and Planning for Urban Sciences of the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. Lucas Ramalho, special aide of the Secretariat of the Presidency. And we'd like to invite to the panel Ms. Angélica Goulart, National Secretary of Promotion of the Right of Children and Adolescents of the Secretariat of Human Rights of the Federal Government. We'd like to invite to the panel Tatiana Campani, Coordinator of the Project COPA from Childhood Brazil. In the World Cup to complete the panel, I'd like to invite Ms. Renata Neder, Human Rights Assistant of International Amnesty Brazil. Welcome to our panelists, and I wish you all a very fruitful afternoon. I'd like to ask a favor of the speakers. The panel has been increased. We're going to ask each one to speak for 10 minutes so that we have some room to dialogue with the audience. Thank you.
Bem, boa tarde, gente, a todos e todas novamente aqui para quem já está.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back for those of you who are here this morning, and it's great to see you if you weren't here this morning. Welcome aboard. So, as we've seen this morning, so the panels we have had this morning, the World Cup may be approached from various viewpoints, obviously. During the first panel, we talked about transparency and integrity. Then we had the launch of impact, but with impact, we have the agenda of decent work. That is very important agenda for us to discuss. This afternoon, we're going to have two more panels. They're going to address human rights, and right after that, the environment. The World Cup and the environment. The World Cup and human rights now. The goal of this panel is to discuss these varied themes regarding human rights related to the World Cup, such as processes of actually removing people the right to the city, right to demonstrations, assurance of the right to children and adolescents.
Nós propusemos aos integrantes da mesa.
We actually suggested to the panelists 3 questions that I'm going to bring up that I won't repeat, and each one of the members, the panelists, are going to be able to address them in the best way possible, the way they find most appropriate. And the questions were to promote an assurance of human rights during the World Cup. What has been turned into benefits to the population in general? The second question, comparing to other World Cups held previously, what are the actions of human rights were differential from the 2014 World Cup? And the third question, as a provocation, was what is the legacy of the World Cup related to the initiatives of human rights? What could be shared with countries that will host future World Cups? From these 3 questions, obviously, combining these questions with the theme of human rights, we'll have each one of our panelists at ease to be able to address them the way they find most appropriate. I would just like to re-stress Anna's request. We have to end this panel at 4:30 p.m. at the latest. So we have to close, and that's very good when we can dialogue with the floor. So it is very good. It would be great if each one of us could talk for 10 minutes so that we have time for exchange amongst everyone here. Angelica? Angelica has joined this panel. Actually, we needed a creative department in the middle of the field of our panel here, and Angelica has joined us, and this will only enrich our process. Angelica was previously in the impact panel, and she ended up joining us at this panel because of her great inputs for the theme. So we now have actually a new member, and Angelica can certainly contribute to our panel. Well, the World Cup, we have been addressing the World Cup, how it should be, quite seriously so, and benefiting from this time. But I'm just going to share something with you that is quite playful that happened to me yesterday. Ethos Institute was invited to take part in an event in Buenos Aires to open a conference of an entity there, which is the Argentinian Ethos Institute. It's called ARCE, A-R-S-E. And I ended up going there to represent ethos. And one of the questions that was raised was what are you doing regarding? So what is your concern regarding the World Cup? And then I said, well, in Argentina, I said, well, concern is Argentina's team, actually. And then there is, well, I actually told them something I don't know if any of you is aware of, but I find fantastic. It's Argentina because of the following. In Brazil, we understand that you already have a pope. We don't have any popes. You have 5 Nobel Prizes. We have none. If you win the cup in Brazil, we're thinking about how the first time in the history of mankind shut down a country. So our great concern is that you win the World Cup in Brazil. Well, leaving jokes aside, the conversation was very much on sustainability, the learnings we've had here regarding this process. And actually, they inspire themselves very much on the movements. Well, it's incredible. that are quite advanced in terms of human rights indices, education. They inspire very much, and the movements Brazil is experiences considering the wealth of these processes, as we were talking about this moment or this morning, regarding the civil rights dialogues, no matter how polarized they are, they're very much influenced by that. And I'd like to give the floor now to John.
Okay.
To John. Okay, I'm going to invert the order that was initially established. I'm going to give the floor to Lucas Ramalho. He's special aide of the General Secretariat of the Presidency of the Republic. Thank you, Lucas, for being here. We'd like to hear what you have to say on this theme and your responses to the questions put forth. Thank you, George. Good afternoon to all of you. I'd like to say that it is a great satisfaction to the Secretariat to be invited to this panel to discuss along with Ethos Institute and all the other entities present on this topic of the World Cup. It's quite dear to us that took on greater relief after our January planning that established that as a priority theme. And since then, we've been carrying out several initiatives of debating this topic with civil society. Our Minister Gilberto Carvalho has just visited all the host cities with promoting workshops on the theme, aiming at clarifying some points, some half-truths, some common senses that were actually talked about the World Cup and promoting debate, and we are leaving this journey with a positive evaluation and all of that. So I'd like to, in my brief 10 minutes, benefit 3 minutes of them to show you a video that summarizes all our efforts to actually convey the message in a brief way as to our view on the World Cup. The World Cup is here, meaning that the largest, let's stop. You can zoom in. This video was a publicity piece that we've actually built and actually trying to show youngsters, people that fight against the World Cup, and having the same tools. So it's a 3-minute piece. Yesterday, we had over 1 million visualizations on Facebook. So I think it actually played its role. I'd like to tell you it's available on our homepage. If you want to turn it viral, it's at your disposal. The World Cup is there. It's here. I mean, the greatest sports competition on the planet for the first time. This time happens in Brazil. Millions of people watching from the whole world. Everybody looking at our home. But nobody's looking so much as us, Brazilians. Then we get the question, the World Cup, will it be good for Brazil? Everybody's saying that, talking about that. So obviously, you've seen many people in favor, people criticizing, and then this debate becomes interesting. Let's think about it. What do investments on this event represent to Brazil? And what we say that the greatest expenditures were in the building of the stadiums, but they haven't. The stadiums cost 8 billion reais. They were needed to make the World Cup, and they will be the stage of many other events later. But the greatest investment is being made in actions that will remain as heritage to Brazilians. But then somebody can ask, has the World Cup taken money from healthcare and education? No, that's not the way. Since 2010, when the works of the stadium started, federal government has invested 805 billion reais in health and education. This means 100 times more, 100 times more. And we still have to remember that federal funding of stadiums will go back to public treasury. Another important point, the World Cup brings a lot of people to the country, 600,000 foreigners that are going to talk about Brazil for the rest of the world. In addition to 3 million tourists, national tourists, circulating in the host cities. They will move about 25 billion and plus employment. Just in the Confederations Cup, we generated 303,000 employments, and in the World Cup, we estimate over 700,000 employment or jobs can be generated. The World Cup is an opportunity to defend important causes. Our World Cup has a strong message against racism, an evil that cannot happen in football anywhere. The World Cup starts in June, ends in July, and I hope we are champions. And when it ends, what's going to stay for Brazil after it? Once the World Cup is over, we Brazilians will continue using the buses, the trains, the underground stations that were built because of the World Cup. We'll have more important stadiums and airports that are able to receive more passengers during the World Cup, and we'll keep on using them. Going back to the question from the beginning, is the World Cup be good for Brazil? Yes, it will. The World Cup does not resolve all the challenges in the country, and it hasn't been made to hide our problems, but one thing is a fact. The results of investments aren't permanent, and they'll bring benefits to Brazilians even once the World Cup is over. We support Brazil, not only the Brazilian team, but our country as a whole. So, if you didn't know about these things, and now you wish more people to get to know about them, share this video. Thank you. This is a bit of our effort of communication, of conveying some data on the World Cup, and perhaps try to keep some myths away and some talking and gossiping about that and rumors. I'd like to talk about human rights and actually talk about some points that are quite pertinent to that. Understanding human rights, the work or labor and income, housing, right to manifestation, freedom of speech. I was going to talk about fighting sexual exploitation, but Angelica asked me to leave that to her, and I think it is best. And I'm going to talk about the right to the city, especially mobility, and the right to participation. So there's no way I can fail to talk about that being a representative of the Secretariat. So regarding income, an important legacy of the World Cup, I'd like to mention the 700,000 jobs that are generated at a situation internationally struck by losses of jobs. We have yet another new newsletter from the Geography Institute saying that we have 30% of unemployment rate. But there's an element of the right to employment and income that is clear to us at the Secretariat regarding, well, scavengers of recycled materials. So we had carried out some work with the cooperatives. They're going to clean up all the stadiums, and around the stadiums in a partnership we have set with the town halls. So it's promoting work and income, plus promoting sustainability and also the environment, etc. So this is a very dear initiative to us at this General Secretariat, and certainly a legacy for the World Cup. Whoever will be in Brazil will be able to see that in our stadiums. So we'll have cooperatives that are going to do the cleaning of the stadiums and reutilizing all the materials, and there's an economic, social aspect in actually promoting values and certain visibility to the sector. There's another important aspect of legacy and human rights in the area of work and income. It was mentioned this morning by Lais regarding the pact for decent work during the World Cup, especially in tourism and hotel management. We have capacity building the fulfillment of all the ILO agreements, compliance with the legislation, so arbitration chambers establishment. So it's a way our country can show that it is committed to decent work. Another dear drive, it's a Pronatec. We have over 130 enrollments of youngsters, so training programs towards training and tourism, education. We're going to leave a legacy of more trained or better trained workers. Moving to the right to expression and speech, freedom of speech. You followed, certainly, have been following the media, the whole debate and the PL that they call of manifestation, of actually coercion, criminalization of social demonstrations, etc. We had a very broad debate, and I am a witness of the work of our minister Gilberto Carvalho, of actually trying to remove this PL, actually in having that for the population, understanding that the legislation that is there is enough to handle any trespassers during the manifestations, but it's certainly a way of showing to the world that Brazil deals with that in a different way. It's a dialogue and respect, non-criminalization, and of our not accepting those PLs that are placed. And the matter of the right to mobility, and it's linked to the right to the city and of urban mobility. We have several things linked to human rights. It's quite important. And the right to participation. Tomorrow, our president will actually enforce a national policy of social participation. So it is an administration that is promoting conferences with the civil society. Since June, Brazil has been seen by the world as a state that has better dialogued or conversed with the demonstrations, or other countries had demonstrations. So Dilma shows that she is willing to communicate, to talk to various sectors of civil society. So it's a great positioning or a great mark of our government. So as to housing, well, expropriation. So I'm about to close. We have the expropriations. The number that is being mentioned by the popular committees of the World Cup is certainly higher than the surveys that we have been conducting. But I'd like to say that as soon as we have these surveys completed, we're making the final adjustments. I'd like to actually say that regarding that, we have a policy of the government, my house, my life. We have one house by minute of administration built and geared to the less privileged population. So this shows the concern of the government regarding most vulnerable and poorer parts of the population. To close, what is the great legacy in terms of human rights that we leave? Is precisely they are cities with more mobility, more access or better access, and especially a legacy of showing to the world a country that is based on south to south integration, putting to the world as a new power that can actually base itself on the civil landmark or framework of the web, the internet, and it is a country that is actually showing that it is able to hold a large event and being able to promote growth with income distribution reducing inequalities. This is a great legacy following several other benefits to the World Cup. I think this is, with the little time we had, this is what we wanted to share. Thank you.
Obrigado, Lucas.
Thank you, Lucas, for your presence and for having somehow followed, kept to the time allotted. Tom Morrison is Executive Director of the Institute for Human Rights and Business from the United Kingdom. John, up to you. Muito obrigado.
Thank you to everybody and the organizers. Apologies for speaking in English. Não falo português, but I'm learning slowly. I'm here to launch a website, another website, www.megasportingevents.org. So if any of you have access to the internet, feel free to go on the site now as I'm speaking to you. For the purposes of the translators, I am skipping quite a lot of my speech for the interest of time. You'll probably pick me up on page 3 or 4 when we get going here. So as I speak, you'll see some slides showing some pages from our website, which is launched today. We've already had the organisers of the Commonwealth Games ring us up in London this morning. So we're already getting some interest from megasporting organisers. Now, the benefits of megasporting events are manifold. As well as the feel-good factor they often generate, the public and private investments associated with these events often stimulates tangible benefits, and we saw some of those in the video that we just watched. They create jobs, they improve infrastructure, they develop housing and regenerate urban areas, they promote healthy lifestyles. The Football Cup in South Africa created 130,000 jobs. The London Olympic Park created 46,000 jobs, and the Olympics in Athens created new public housing. Disused old industrial areas have been renovated in Sydney and in London. However, campaign groups have in the past spoken of forced evictions, for example in New Delhi in relation to the 2010 Commonwealth Games, and there are also evictions in the USA in relation to the Atlanta 1996 Olympics. There are also concerns about the treatment of migrant workers in Beijing and in Sochi, and also in Qatar with the 2022 World Cup, very serious concerns about the treatment of migrant workers. Sponsors too face scrutiny, as has happened to Dow Chemicals in the London Olympics, because Dow acquired Union Carbide, whose pesticide plant in Bhopal, India, had killed thousands of people 30 years before. So long legacies can cast long shadows over these games. So staging a mega sporting event will cast light on any host country, including its human rights record. But the governing bodies are learning. The International Olympic Committee, for example, now emphasizes legacy and has intervened early when it believes human rights abuses may be taking place. Significant steps are also being taken to set a roadmap to ensure sustainability. FIFA, for its part, now requires football manufacturers to meet international labour standards and audit their factories. In 2012, the governments of Brazil, Russia, South Korea and the UK signed an accord in London to protect human rights in relation to the Olympic movement. The staging of sports events is a complex exercise. It requires logistics, speed, cost considerations, safety, and quality. The stadia have to be sturdy, the trains should run on time, and the experience should be pleasant for all participants and spectators. Sport represents high ideals. We should therefore expect organising bodies of the sports, FIFA in the case of football, the International Olympic Committee in the case of the Olympic Games, to commit themselves to open, fair and participative principles, such as it should be natural that the stadia should be built without serious accidents, that no force is used in moving people from their homes to other locations, that people who wish to demonstrate politically or oppose the events peacefully have the space to do so, that the toys, t-shirts and goods sold to celebrate the event are made by workers who are paid fair wages and children are not used in the manufacture, that the sports equipment is made in a sustainable manner, and that workers who build the infrastructure and provide services are treated with respect and dignity, and we heard about that this morning. And that the city's residents are not inconvenienced and are able to carry on their day-to-day lives without massive disruption, and that the city's poor are able to benefit from the event and not just the city's rich. So for over a year now, we at the Institute for Human Rights in Business have been researching the impact of mega sporting events on human rights. These events are important contributions to the economies, creating jobs and infrastructure. They attract sponsorship from the world's largest corporations. Organizers purchase goods and services from suppliers from around the world, and the events they stage are watched by millions of people. We record a lot of our thinking in this report that we wrote last year, and there are copies of the report outside. Here in Brazil, we've been working with the support of the British Embassy to better understand the human rights risks and opportunities. We've met with representatives from Brazil's federal government and municipal governments, the Rio Olympic organizers, members of the business community, civil society, unions, academics, and affected rights holders. We held 3 multi-stakeholder workshops in Sao Paulo and Rio in January and March this year, and several people in this room were involved in those events. We've highlighted the importance of engaging affected communities, particularly those likely to be evicted as a result of major events. But we have also noted the steps already taken by the Rio 2016 Organizing Committee to tackle issues of disabled access, for example. We're aware of its supplier sourcing code, and we are encouraged to see that it is working on a complaints and dispute resolution mechanism. We're encouraged also by the efforts of the Secretariat of Human Rights of the Presidency to tackle the risks of child exploitation in the World Cup, and the Ministry of Labour and Employment to promote decent work. Such steps are very important signals of commitment to human rights and should be welcomed. We've now compiled this learning in dynamic form on the website, www.megasportingevents.org. Initially in English, some of it already in Portuguese, but in the next few weeks, everything will be in Portuguese, and then in Russian, and then in Arabic, and then in Japanese. It's for businesses, governments, civil society, academia, everybody working to make these events better. The approach the website takes is to invite visitors to explore the issues through a series of questions, such as, what are the key issues involved? How do the organizers and companies involved in mega sporting events operate? What principles must they bear in mind at each stage of the event life cycle? What criticisms might they attract? How do they deal with challenges and solve problems? What standards do they apply, and how are these standards monitored and improved over time? How can each event be better than the last? We should, of course, remember that the human rights issues involved in staging mega sporting events are not necessarily unique. Land gets acquired and people have to move for many projects, large and small. Workers have to work on tight deadlines. Goods have to be produced as per schedule. Roads have to be built, trains have to run. But in particular, with respect to major sporting events, if force is used, if practices are discriminatory, if workers' rights are violated, if workers suffer from ill health or die in accidents, if local neighborhoods suffer inordinately, if restrictions are placed on the poor and the marginalized and vulnerable communities, and if children are used in the manufacturing of products or providing services, then not only are laws violated, but also the spirit of the games. It affects the reputation of sponsors, the builders, the city, the event itself. Now, we don't think our website has all the answers to complex challenges yet at all. We only launched it today. We are talking extensively to all interested parties and listening carefully to highlight the critical issues. The new website we are launching today will remain a work in progress. We will continue to add new material as we learn more and as we get more from everybody in this room and from other places. We're already talking to the organizers of the Tokyo Olympics in 2020. We hope to go to Qatar later this year. We very much feel that the legacy of the World Cup here and Rio 2016 is important for Brazil, but it is important for the world. This is a process of learning for all concerned: organizers, sponsors, governments, suppliers, and local people. But rather like athletes training for an Olympic event, the sooner a new host or candidate city can get started with addressing their human rights challenges, the greater the chances of success will be. And this is one sport where everybody is deservedly a winner. Thank you all, and especially to our partners here in Brazil and to Ethos for this excellent event. Thank you.
I now invite Angélica Goulart, National Secretary to Promote the Rights of Children and Adolescents from the Secretariat of Human Rights of the Federal Government. Angélica, please. Good afternoon. I thank you for the invitation of the Ethos Institute and the opportunity to be here in this dialogue. This always makes us deepen our reflection, the reflection on our responsibility within each one of our segments. Since we had the news that Brazil would host the World Cup, a group linked to childhood considered to be important to sit around and discuss about the risks that this could represent to children and adolescents to have the World Cup here. And around a year and a half ago, we elaborated a proposal of the convergence agenda, as the name is saying, to converge to the same opportunity from different competences, investments, proposals, and a group of many organizations from the government and the civil society and international cooperation. So a large group of organizations met and built this proposal of this agenda. It was not an easy construction. There is great complexity in putting together such different interests. But the agenda began to be generated, thought about, and the fact that it was built in a very collaborative way, in a democratic way, with much dialogue and much difficulty, it began to be very strong. This generating group, this managing group, went to each one of the host cities of the World Cup, and in these cities they provoked local committees to be formed that were integrated to plan, to have a diagnosis and cross the information on vulnerabilities and also the protection network that was available, and based on this, build a strategic plan for the complete protection of children and adolescents. Some guidelines were given. The greatest demand is always on top of sexual exploitation. How are we going to defend our children against sexual exploitation? The idea was to have the point of view of all the participants of this, whether they had direct or indirect relationship with children, because these relationships never come alone. And in the Confederation's Cup, it proved that the incidence of child labor was much greater than what was verified in terms of sexual exploitation. So this group got organized, made plans, and we built this exercise during the Confederation's Cup with the states that we're not going to host this kind of cup, the Confederations Cup, and we made the proposal for the other states, and this agenda was built step by step with the same format of the International Committee in every city, with the participation of the executive body, the people responsible for public policies for children, with the state, the municipality, social networks, the justice system, creating an integrated local committee. So the 12 host cities have a local integrated committee to protect children and adolescents. It was created initially with the perspective of assisting only during the World Cup, but during this process were we were looked for by the committee, requesting that that this public was adopted, integrating completely to the local committee, also including the national committees. So discussion was fostered during, was boosted during a year and a half. They are now ready. During the World Cup, the idea is not to have a separate work, but a permanent work for all the situation of mega events in the country. And it has been even tested, this model, during the carnival, the last carnival, in the youth journey in Rio de Janeiro, in Rock in Rio, in some regional celebrations in all of the 12 cities, host cities, because this is an intersectoral relationship, interfederation. It's a relationship between the state, the federation, and the state and the municipality. So the whole action is planned with all the ministries from the federal government. They are all involved in this action. They have demands directly. The Ministry of Health created integrated centers to control diseases that will function in all the host cities. All of this is integrated within this convergence agenda. I'm getting lost when I speak in such a short time. But what we have today is that these cities with strategic plans, with flows, strategies to confront, and with working hours that will function during the games, with mobilized groups that will function in the streets doing prevention work as referral work and direct intervention. I'm going to mention just the last actions, the integrated actions that were carried out specifically regarding sexual exploitation according to the time we were here. We designed flow and strategies for all the violation against children in the 12 host cities. This work has been planned. UNICEF considers this to be a very innovative action. In the history of other World Cups anywhere else, there has never been this kind of government initiative. All of the initiatives reported were from NGOs. There's no records of data of increase of vulnerability. What there is a scenario that favors. There's not a record in numbers. So one of our proposals in this agenda is to have an observatory that will function, unifying the data in all of the host cities so that later we can have elements to say what really happens in terms of increase in rights violations. So the actions provoked by this agenda will be a legacy for the protection of children. In the last few days, we approved legislation in which sexual exploitation is considered